Hey, Dark Moon. I'm good. I opened the windows because it's actually nice outside. Hey, Tanya. I'm fine. I'm great. Considering all of the back and forth I've had with people over the past couple of days, which is average for me. TikTok has me on notice, though. It's the same old shit, just a different day. Hey, Obsidian. I'm crunching on my pork rinds. I'm so sorry. Unless you guys like crunchy Hasmere. It's all good. You guys know that in my lives, I've been looking at people's astrological birth charts and like kind of talking about them for free because my subscribers pay to be in my lives and chat. But I've been having a really good time doing it. We call it crackling over here too. Crackling. It's nice outside, but I tend to get cold easily, so I'm gonna put on my lightweight hoodie. My hair is like, I've got Ryan sleepy time hair. Obsidian, you wanted me to look at your chart, right? Are you, oh, hey, thank you. Thank you for the crown. Did you want me to look at your chart? Have you ever read your chart before? Okay. Is anybody in a hurry? Obsidian or Dark Moon? Are you planning to stick around for about an hour? Are you both of you guys sticking around to chat? Because I will read both of you. You guys will be mine. My two people. Dark Moon, if you're not in a rush, I'll do Obsidian first because they're in Australia. Is that okay? Hey, I got a subscriber. If you guys wonder why I'm a subscriber-only chat room, is because I can't handle these motherfuckers coming in and acting like assholes. Hey, what's up? Thank you for becoming a subscriber. If you're going to call me transphobic and homophobic and racist and all the other nasty things you want to say about me, you're going to pay $6 for the ability to do that, and I'm going to at least make money off of you before I block you permanently out of my life. That's how this thing works. Hey, Biscuit Puff. I'm going to do the birth charts I'm pulling up my software now. It is hilarious, isn't it? Hey, Rachel. Yeah. I'm having my day has been, you know, it's an average day for me on TikTok. Okay, so here's what's going to happen tonight, okay? I've been on this app for 3 years, and I've been fighting with people for 3 years about all kinds of stuff. So I'm not gonna talk about it because it doesn't matter. I literally don't care. I don't care what people do. Huh. Okay. So this is how this is going to go. Okay. Obsidian, I'm going to look at your birth chart first. So let me go ahead and tell you guys how this works, okay? I'm not trying. So here's the thing. This is what I'm going to say about people who have a problem with me, okay? I'm not trying to change the opinion of these motherfuckers that don't like me. Those people out there that think I'm a bad person, those aren't the people I'm talking to. The loud ones that want to get in my comments and they want to talk shit. Whatever. The stereotypical bullshit is comments that they say. Those people don't matter when it comes to my life. I'm also not trying to find the support from people who do feel the same way I do. I'm not looking for validation, and I'm not looking to pick a fight when I say things that might be unpopular when it comes to social issues or religion. The people that I want to hear my message are people who are in the middle, who are sitting on the fence, that don't have an opinion, or feel like I do, who need to have their feelings validated. Okay? People who don't post videos, people who are not active on this app because they're afraid if they talk they're going to get canceled. You see what I'm saying? And also, I know that I have a lot of young people that follow me. And I want to reassure them that their feelings are valid and validated. You can't invalidate people's experiences. Okay, give me your date of birth, your time, and your birth location, Obsidian. And here's the thing: I'm gonna look at your birth chart and we're gonna talk about it. But I'm going to save your birth chart to my computer. So if you want a hard copy of this, you can pay me $50 through my website. If you want to actually have a full, like if you want me to do the analysis like for real and email it to you. This is how, if you go to my TikTok profile, everyone, and you click on my link tree, you'll see buy a birth chart profile. I'm doing this for my subscribers, okay, on live, talking to them and everything. But if you guys want me to do this for you for real, then you can buy a birth chart. That's how I'm doing this. Hold on, guys, hold on. So it's not Cash App. My website will take payments from all over the world because I use Stripe. Okay, hold on. So you can actually pay me from Australia. I will get paid through my website, not PayPal. I don't do PayPal. Okay, so we're doing August 08 03. Honey, you didn't give me a year. You have to give me a year. And you said 2:32 p.m. So that's 14:32 p.m. I found you on the map, but I need your birth year. 1994. 1994, great year. That was like the year that Nirvana came out. Maybe it, well, I mean, I think Smells Like Teen Spirit came out. So let me ask you a question, Obsidian. How educated are you on... Why does it do that? How educated are you about sidereal astrology versus tropical astrology? That was an amazing year for music, yes. The early 90s. I still live in the early 90s. Oh, it was the year he passed away? Okay, you told me that. Okay, so you understand that there's like a 22-degree difference between tropical and sidereal, and you understand that sidereal astrology is based on astronomically correct planets and star alignment and not agricultural. Okay, so you're not stupid. Okay, you're not a stupid person. That's great. You're educated about astrology, period. Okay. So, yeah, okay. So here's the deal, everybody. I'm pulling up this chart right now for Obsidian in my software, and all I'm going to be doing is an overview for them about their chart, or my interpretation. Okay. And like I always do, I'm a teacher, so I will be I'm not going to do this during Obsidian's little mini reading here. Okay? But I will be for my next reading, I'll talk more about how this works. Unless Obsidian, you want me to. Unless Obsidian, do you want me to kind of explain this stuff? Okay, all right. I didn't know whether or not you wanted me to like just do you, or if you wanted me to try to explain to you what it is I'm seeing. Because you said you're interested in learning this stuff. Hey, Lunar Gemini. How you doing? Okay. Okay. All right. Good. Oh, yay. I got another subscriber. Yay. Thank you so much. I'm going to show you what it is I'm looking at, everybody. Just so that you see. All right. So this is my software, my Kala software. This is like almost $400. It's like a $350 software that will calculate everything. It will calculate tropical, sidereal, all the different kinds of astrology, ayanamshas, which are the ways that you calculate a birth chart. Right now what you're looking at is a Southern Indian birth chart. This is South Indian. This is Hindu astrology. This is Vedic astrology. We are going to be doing Hindu astrology. This is Indian astrology. Let's just call it Indian astrology, because we could talk about the concepts or like the origins of Hindu or Indian astrology all night. But just for all intent and purpose, this is what a South Indian birth chart looks like. This is what a North Indian birth chart looks like, okay? Northern India, Southern India. In Hindu astrology, every sign is a house and every house is a sign. It's very, very simple. That's why it can also be very simple for people to learn, okay? There's not really a cusp system. Basically, each sign is its own house, okay? So we call that either a whole sign system, or some people call it equal house system, I think. But in a Northern Indian birth chart, you will see that it is a house-based chart. So this is always the first house, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay? And so you start reading the chart at 1, and then you move to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's how you move through the North Indian chart. Okay? Starting with the first house. The first house is your rising sign, because in Vedic astrology, your rising sign is the most important sign. Your rising sign is your sign. Yeah, well, here's the thing. You really need software that's going to give you the Northern and Southern Indian chart, because it's different. It's different. It's just viewed differently. This particular, the South Indian chart, okay, is sign-based. That means this little square up here is always Aries. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, okay? And you see this little line down here? Wherever that line is in whatever box, that's the first house, and that is your rising sign. So in Hindu astrology, you are a Sagittarius. That's your sign. That's who you are. That's your ego. Your ego portrayed in the world is Sagittarius, according to Vedic astrology. And we're going to keep reading from there. Hold on, let me flip the camera. Now, let me show you something else. The other thing I want to show you is that we have a lot of different ways to break down a birth chart when we really sit down and look at it. We call them vargas, dignities and vargas, because every single sign can be broken down smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller to get juicy details out of every single house, every single sign. And then we have something called the Lajatati Avastas, and the Avastas tell us about the speed of the planet, the power of the planet, like which planets in your chart bring forth the most power into your chart, right? Okay, yes, Obsidian, yes. But here's the interesting thing about your Lajatati Avastas, okay? The power of the planets coming in your birth chart, okay? It shows here that Saturn is your most powerful planet. I'm just showing you. Like, I just want to tell you the ranking of your planets according to the Lajatati Avastas, if you've heard of them. Saturn is your first strongest planet. Mars is your second. Okay, so that's really, that's a lot right there. Your third strongest planet is the sun. Your fourth is the moon. Your fifth is Jupiter. Your sixth is Mercury. And seventh is Venus. Okay, that's your Lajatati Avastas. That's the power of the planets pushing through your chart at the moment of your birth, okay, when it comes to strength. The next thing is we have something called the Atmakaraka. And the Atmakaraka tells us which planet is the highest in the heavens at the moment of your birth. And the planet that was the highest in the heavens at the moment of your birth that represents you is Saturn. So you got a lot of Saturn energy coming through right now in this particular, what we're looking at. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Well, here's the thing about Saturn in Hindu astrology. Hindu astrology is very, very big on understanding your destiny. And it's also very big on trying to avoid or negate the negative aspects of past karma in life and not generating good karma, okay? So the concept of living a good life and generating good karma is very, very important in Hinduism and also into all traditional religions that are old, okay? In my tradition, we call it Iwa Pele, okay? So good character or living a good life is crucial for having a happy life. So I'm looking here at your chart, and as far as retrogrades are concerned, your outer planets, Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune are in retrograde, and Saturn is in retrograde. The other planets are not, okay? Now, let me go ahead and teach a little bit more about what you're looking at. The last thing I'm going to say as a teaching point right now to everybody who is watching, who is learning something from me by watching me read the charts, is that this chart is calculated with sidereal calculations. Now, what is sidereal astrology versus Western astrology? I have to clarify that so people know. Whenever you open up the newspaper or you see people talking about your sun sign, okay, or your sign or astrology, most of the time you're going to be hearing people talking about astrology that is calculated off of tropical astrology, Western astrology, which is an agriculturally based system. It is not an accurate system of astrology when it comes to interpreting where the planets and the stars actually are in the night sky. There is a big difference between sidereal and tropical calculations. There's about a 20, I think it's 22 degrees off. I don't know, it's 22 or 24 degrees off. But the point is that the difference in calculations between tropical and sidereal is because sidereal is calculated off of astronomically correct placements. Okay? Now, here's the next thing. Okay? The next thing is, so tropical astrology is not accurate. Let me just put that out there. Tropical astrology is not accurate when it comes to where the stars and the planets actually were in the heavens at the moment of your birth. They are off by over 22 degrees. Okay? That's why a lot of people say, oh, well, astrology doesn't really work. You know, I've read my birth chart, it doesn't make any sense. Well, no, because most people's birth charts are wrong. And I am a big, and the people who calculated the first calendars used a lunar-based calendar. And most astrology of the ancient world is also lunar-based. Hindu astrology is lunar-based also. Okay? And I calculate the birth chart. Now, here's the thing about sidereal astrology. Sidereal astrology can be calculated many different ways. They're called ayanamshas. That means how you calculate a birth chart. There are many different ways of calculating a sidereal chart, depending on where you're going to put Aries. I'm going to give you book recommendations, okay? Well, see, here's the thing about Vedic astrology and Hindu astrology. What you really see is you're looking at past lives, and you're looking at your destiny, and you're looking at the karma that you bring over from one life to the next. Okay? It's a carryover of karma. when you look at your chart, yeah, I originally got into Hindu astrology because I'm a really lunar oriented person. I feel very connected to the moon. Obviously, I'm a big fucking witch. So I was interested in learning about lunar calendars and ancient calendars 20 years ago. And then I found out that tropical astrology is, based on agriculture and not based on the lunar calendar. And so that's how I got into all of this. I just want to tell you, Obsidian, to be very clear about these calculations. So if you're taking notes, you can write this down. Okay. I calculated this birth chart off the galactic center. At the center of our galaxy, there is a supermassive black hole. And all the stars and planets in our galaxy revolve around this galactic center, this black hole, in the same way that our Earth revolves around the sun. So our Earth is going round and round and round and round and round the sun. And our sun, like all the other stars, are going round and round and round and round this supermassive black hole. Okay? Epic, right? I calculate birth charts off the galactic center. The galactic center. Okay? Middle of Mula. I'll talk about that later because that's very, very deep. But I just want you to know that your chart is being calculated off of the galactic center as being the center of the universe, as being Aries. 1. The first degree of Aries. Galactic center, middle of Mula. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to go ahead and answer that. All right, let's go ahead and answer that. So, there's something in Hindu astrology that's called the nakshatras, or the lunar mansions. Now, it takes about 28 days for the moon to travel through the sky, appearing in different clusters of stars, which we call lunar mansions, okay? Because there's the planets, and then there are the stars, and the star system is called the lunar mansions, okay? The stars. So it takes about 2.5 days for the moon to travel through every single sign of the zodiac, okay? And it goes through its mansions. The moon travels through the lunar mansions regularly. And those lunar mansions, the stars, have different names. And the one pertaining to the galactic center, or where the galactic center is called Mula. Mula means root. Root, origin, okay, root, origin, Mula, like Muladhara chakra, right, the root of your core, of your physical body, which is located between the anus and the genitals, right, it's your root chakra, the root chakra. Well, at least in Hindu astrology, Mula is considered to be the root, and most people believe in ancient times, Mula was considered to be the first house, or the first lunar mansion, like Aries is in, like for us, Aries being the first sign of the zodiac. So the Hindu astrology takes into account the lunar mansions, and it also takes into account the sun and the planets and everything else. But I feel very strongly that in the past, and Jennifer feels the same way. There's no doubt about it. Right. There's no doubt about it that people from another universe or from somewhere else in the galaxy, the star people, the people of heaven, came to Earth. There's no question about it. The Anunnaki, you will call them the Anunnaki because the oldest records that we have written about them are called Anunnaki. But the people of heaven that came to Earth, okay, and created man or molded man, or more accurately, fucked with our DNA or genetically modified us or enhanced us or fucked with our genes, those people are the people who taught us these things. Those people that came here from another part of the universe. The aliens, okay? The whole story of the Anunnaki is a story of most all ancient religious mythology. A lot of ancient religions and ancient mythologies are based on this concept of the wars between the gods. In the Greek mythology, the Titans and the Olympian gods went to war with one another. In the stories of the Anunnaki, they split off into two groups that warred with one another, the people of Enki, Pinky of Enlil. These stories of people of heaven and the gods and the goddesses that come from heaven is in all cultures. Okay? When he said Diana and Lucifer, no, they didn't create the universe. They weren't creators of the universe. They were aliens that came here and fucked with our DNA, okay? They're responsible for why we are here now. They probably came about 100,000 years ago. So this information is not new by any way, shape, or form. And everybody talks about it. Everybody has different views about it or opinions about it. But they're even in the Bible, which is like the, and especially in the book of Enoch, which is an apocryphal Jewish text that is in the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible, but is not part of the regular biblical canon. It's the story of Enoch and the Watchers, the fallen angels, okay? The Anunnaki, the fallen angels in the book of Enoch, all of that, so it's all the same thing. We're talking about the same people. Different culture. Different cultures have different stories and myths pertaining to these people, but they're all the same people. And they all came probably a couple of 100,000 years ago. Because the stories about these people existed in all cultures all over the world, period. So think about how long it takes for the game of telephone to travel around the entire world. Another theory is that when these aliens showed up and landed, they started domesticating the populace who are already here, okay, which is Homo sapiens, or whoever was here, probably before Homo sapiens. And that these sky god people basically spread themselves out all over the earth and created empires for themselves, which is why you find pyramids built all over the earth. China has pyramids that they hide from us. Egypt's pyramids, the pyramids that are located in South America, okay? Pyramid structures that are built all over the world that acted as kingdoms for these god people, okay? It could also be where racism started, okay? Because at some point in time, these alien people that got stranded here on Earth started fucking us and started producing what would be considered abominations to other members of their community, okay? So those aliens that came down here, they got in a fight because these aliens They were teaching human beings mathematics, astronomy. They were teaching herbalism and medicine. They were teaching how to create tools using iron, okay? And these entities that taught us how to do these things, they started having sex with the women, and they started interbreeding, probably male and female things, started interbreeding with males and females and starting creating these hybrid races, okay? And a lot of the other aliens didn't like that because they considered that to be wrong. Okay, so that's where you get the whole Nephilim story that comes from the Bible, okay, of these angels that came down from heaven, had sex with women, produced these hybrid offsprings that were considered men of fame, or they had superhuman strength, okay, compared to regular beings. And they created these king... Jennifer's texting me, but I don't... Hold on a second. Hold on, people. Let me get my other phone. I'm looking for my other phone and I can't find it. I don't know where my phone is. Anyway, she'll just have to wait. What had happened is that these alien things created their empires, and the people they left their empires to basically were these king bloodlines, these king bloodlines. It's why a lot of these people interbreeded with one another, because they believed they were trying to keep the God DNA inside their bloodline, okay? So there's always some truth in reality from the myths that we tell ourselves, okay? And a lot of people believe that whatever these beings are, or whatever, they keep coming back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. That they might even still be here today. Who knows? Now, let's get back to your chart. You don't have any planets in your first house, which is Sagittarius. And because I'm not doing a total breakdown. No, you didn't get me off track. I mean, it's very important to know, like, we talk about metaphysics and we talk about philosophy and we talk about the occult, but it's very real. It's very real. Like, these things mean something in real life. We're not just playing around. We're not just fucking around when we talk about these spiritual forces. We're talking about very, very real forces. Very, very real spiritual forces. And if they were aliens that came to this planet and landed here and crashed and never was able to get off this planet, and they lived and they died here, then a lot of the deities that people interact with or think that they're interacting with are actually spirits of dead alien races. Just like the fairies. People don't understand that fairies in general, the little people, are an ancient race of people that died out. They were a kind of hominid. They're the hominids, the little people, that we have archaeological evidence that these little people existed at the same time that Homo sapiens did. Okay, we shared this life, we shared the earth with them, these little people. Those dead little people are what are the fairies. And fairies exist in every motherfucking culture. Even African voodoo has the concept of fairies, and they're called, I'm forgetting exactly what they're called right now, but they were called the little people, and they were considered to be small and hairy people that lived out in the jungle. So, anyway, whatever. Most people are working with spirits of the dead. We're not going to go into it. Yeah, well, most everybody who thinks they're working with gods and goddesses are working with spirits of the dead. All right, so, second house. Your second house is Capricorn. And you have Neptune and Uranus in retrograde. Real quick point about retrograde planets, okay? Retrograde planets, to me and also to other sidereal astrologers, mean this: that the energy of the planet becomes much more internalized in the individual. Just remember that you are the planets and the planets are you. The signs of the zodiac are the signs of the zodiac, and they're also you. You are a combination of all of these forces in the universe, playing itself out in this eternal game of hide and seek in this cosmic drama eternally. Lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. Every time you incarnate, every time you come back and reincarnate, you are a combination of all of these forces. Do you understand? So, Neptune and Uranus play a role for you. In retrograde, it makes you, these planets are more introspective. So instead of being the energy pushing out, the energy is pushing in. And so that's where the more deeper internalized experience of the planets happen, okay? Well, I will not talk about deities being spirits of the dead right now because, like I said, that's something that we can talk about on another day. But we're not going to go there. Or the people with the white lab jackets are going to show up at my house and take me over to the place and put me in the funny farm. You just set my brain off. And here's the last thing I'm going to say about gods and goddesses and these deities also being spirits of the dead, of these alien races that came here, fucked with us, is that it wasn't just one group of creator gods that came here, okay? It wasn't just one group of gods like the Anunnaki, are these alien things that showed up here, alien people that showed up here, that lived and died here, that became deities to people. There were other entities, okay, other creators that had shaped the earth prior to the Anunnaki showing up here. Those entities, those are still around. And we would consider them to be titans or primordial forces. They are very big energies. Primordials, okay? Primordial forces. Big forces. Big forces. Not like just an ancestor, a deified ancestor, not just like a god or goddess. And when we talk about these primordial forces, now we're starting to talk about the Orishas, because the Orishas predate. The concept of Orishas predate this, the gods and goddesses, which is why when you hear someone in an ATR or an African diasporic tradition say, you don't know what you're talking about because the Orishas are not gods and goddesses, and you can't treat Orishas like you treat gods and goddesses, that's what we mean. That's why I'm in Orisha tradition, because it's old. And it's deeper than that, but I can't with it right now. I can't go into it. But, so the Orishas were here first. Okay. So let's talk about Neptune and Uranus in Capricorn. So Uranus is the planet of individuality. Okay, Obsidian. So here's the thing about astrology. In order to really understand astrology, you have to understand the planets. You have to know the planets. You have to understand the nature of the planets. If you don't understand the nature of the planets, you'll always be lost, because the planets act like people. Their energies act like people, and each planet has a different personality and is responsible for developing you and your karma in a different way. Uranus is the planet of individuality, how you want to be, how you want to individualize yourself in the world. As an individual, distinguish yourself apart from everyone else. Uranus is the planet that poses the questions, who am I? Why did I incarnate? Am I fulfilling my destiny? What will be my legacy? So Uranus classically represents everything that's good. It's an avant-garde planet. And it consistently relates to unexpected, innovative, and the unconventional. Okay? So wherever you find Uranus in your birth chart, there is going to be some unpredictability in that particular sign. So that would tell me that the nature of Capricorn, which usually is very grounding. Capricorn, the sign itself, its nature tends to be conservative, industrious, methodical, aloof, and sometimes even controlling or restrictive. The nature of Capricorn is restriction. Okay? That can be upended. That can be a bumpy road for you, that sign of Capricorn. The other issue at hand is that you guys know this as far as astronomy is concerned in a birth chart. Wherever Uranus is, Neptune and Pluto are not far behind. You will always find Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto in the same side of the chart with one another because of where they are in space. So you'll always see them close to one another. And when one is in retrograde, usually all of them are in retrograde. There's another aspect to that chaos you're talking about in Capricorn, which is Neptune. Neptune as a planet is the planet of deep longing. Neptune is the planet of deep longing. Anytime Neptune appears in any particular sign or house, it has a mystical and transcendental quality to it. And Neptune is very deeply connected to the spirit world. It's considered to be malefic. There you go. Well, there you go. You just said it all. Here's other aspects, negative aspects of Neptune that you have to pay attention to. Neptune weakens all the other planets that come near it. Okay? Because Neptune is like a drain. Okay? It's like static. Neptune's energy is disruptive. Okay? It makes it difficult for you to distinguish your own voice from the voices of psychic forces around you. Neptune does. And also, Neptune is very dramatic. It's a drama queen. It loves scandals. whatever sign or area of life Neptune finds itself in, it makes you very shallow in that area of life. So, I don't know what that screaming is all about. Here's the other thing Neptune can bring in your birth chart. Neptune can bring delusions of grandeur and the inability to distinguish reality from fiction. So my recommendation for you, my child, is that you need to pay attention to being grounded in reality, like this reality, this world. Because for you, spirituality can get murky. Okay? For you're the kind of person that can get spiritual psychosis. You can get trapped or wrapped up in your own mind. You can start believing that, your experiences on the spiritual plane are more important than what's going on in reality. So what happens is you just don't have a handle on your real life. Well, you just said it, didn't you? Yeah. All right, we'll get there. Hold on. Let me look for the trauma part. I understand the trauma, but your Pluto is in retrograde in Scorpio. The first place I would look to unravel that CPTSD and trauma, as far as like part of your life path, would be to look to Scorpio. Anytime somebody tells me about trauma and psychic forces and stuff like that, I always look to Scorpio first, because that is the sign that is the most occult and deep and mysterious and darkest part of the zodiac, period. That's why people who are Scorpios have a reputation, because Scorpio as a sign is all smoke and mirrors. It's a labyrinth, okay? And your Pluto in retrograde, Pluto in general is the ego destroyer. Pluto is the destroyer of the ego. It comes to destroy everything. Those outer planets have a very, very big part to play in people's charts. And they also have a lot to do with the individual development of the soul. Whenever you're looking at Pluto and Neptune and Uranus, you're looking at development of the soul's development in a lifetime. Do you understand? It's not, when we're talking about the sun sign and the moon sign and the rising sign, we're talking about ego, we're talking about the great self, we're talking about personality traits, we're talking about things that have to, when we're talking about the 9 traditional planets, we're talking about aspects of the self. But when you're talking about the outer planets, you're really talking about deep internal processes. Does that make sense? I hear you. Okay, moving on. Now here's a saving grace for you, okay? Here's a saving grace for you, Obsidian. A saving grace for you is you have Capricorn in your 3rd house in Aquarius. And Capricorn is very, very happy in its own house alone. Saturn, what I have come to find by studying astrology is whenever Saturn is alone and left alone, they do better, because that's the nature of Saturn. The nature of Saturn is to be alone, quiet, pulls away from the rest of society, doesn't interact well with others. The fact that you have Capricorn, I'm so sorry. The fact that you have Saturn in the third house in Aquarius by itself is very, very good for you, okay? That's my personal opinion. And Saturn as a planet in Aquarius manifests its highest qualities as being dependable, deliberate, respectable. Saturn in Aquarius talks about a soul that is here for the long haul, a soul that is looking to the end game, and gives you the ability to be patient because your spiritual growth happens slowly over time. When you have Saturn in Aquarius, your spiritual growth is something that happens slowly over time. Okay, well, Saturn in Aquarius doesn't have to do with that relationship stuff. That's a different, so everything you're saying, all the statements that you're saying about yourself, like I'm the one that's there for everyone, but no one else is there for me when I need them. Those statements, okay, that we will find that stuff as we continue to unravel your chart. And the medicine for what you just told me about doing things for other people, you need to stop. You need to stop doing shit for other people, and you need to do for yourself. Period. Being alone is actually good for you. Doing for you alone is actually good for you. Your Atmakaraka is Saturn. The most powerful planet in your birth chart is Saturn. Saturn is sitting in Aquarius in the third house, which is a good house. And the third house is one of those houses in Hindu astrology that gets better over time. It is I forget exactly what the Hindu term for it is, but the meaning of it is it's something that progresses over time. Something that gets better over time. Something that might not start great, but ends well. So you need to stop doing shit for other people. That's it. I need to take that advice myself. I do lots of stuff for other people. I spend money on other people and it leaves me broke. Now I'm not mad about it, because once the money goes out of my hand and I spend money, it is what it is. I don't expect to ever get it back. But I'm the same way. Okay? I'm the kind of person that puts out like a $2 whore and then is like still sitting here alone by myself. Saturn has always been associated with time in all cultures. There's a really great book about Saturn in astrology that's on Amazon. I haven't bought it yet. Well, yes, I did. I think I bought it. I think it's on my Kindle. But Saturn has always been associated with time and the long haul. Now, you don't have any planets in Pisces. You don't have any planets in Aries. And remember, everybody, I'm just doing an overview here. I'm doing an overview of what I see. I just slept for like 3 hours and I just yawned. What the fuck is that shit about? Look, about Hindu astrology. Hindu astrology, which is why I like this kind of astrology more than other forms of astrology, is it's so direct. It is direct. It's really, really straight to the point. Hindu astrology looks complicated at first glance, but the truth of the matter is that once you study it and once you learn it, it's a very direct, to the point system. It pulls no punches. It tells you exactly where you're at. So now we're getting into some of the issues, some of the serious issues that are coming up in your chart, okay? You have Rahu and Ketu, the north node and south node of the moon, in the 6th and the 12th house. Let's talk about the north and south node of the moon, which is Rahu and Ketu. Hey, Aaron, Irish Princess, you're more than welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you for your kindness. Rahu and Ketu are the north and south nodes of the moon. Now, what is Rahu and Ketu? In Hindu astrology, they are treated like planets. Rahu and Ketu are treated as if they were planets. But what is Rahu? What is Rahu and Ketu? Rahu and Ketu are points in space where eclipses occur. And they are always on opposite sides of the chart from one another. Yours is in 6 and 12. Ketu, the south node of the moon, is in 6, and Rahu, the north node of the moon, is in 12th, and your 12th house in Scorpio. There's a lot of fuckery. The reason why you got a lot of fuckery in your life is because you have Pluto and Rahu, the north node of the moon, in Scorpio in your 12th house. That is a source of a lot of your problems. Okay? So the 6th house, the 8th house, and the 12th house are considered to be bad houses. They're just bad. They're the houses that bring suffering, the houses that bring pain, the houses that lead to our demise, okay, if you want to look at it that way. So having planets in the 6th, the 8th, and the 12th houses is not great in general from first glance from an astrologer. Now that doesn't mean that your life is going to always be shit. It just means that at the moment of your birth, correct. We're getting there. Right now I'm looking at the south node of the moon in your 6th house in Taurus. So the south node of the moon has a lot to do with where you come from. The south node of the moon also has a lot to do with ancestors and ancestral inheritance. Previous lives and past karma. Hold on. Okay. So here's my analysis, my bullet points that I wrote for myself with Ketu and Taurus. Ketu in Taurus makes you very spiritually inclined. Obviously you are. Ketu in Taurus also gives you a lot of faith in God and the desire to read sacred scriptures. The shadow side of Ketu and Taurus is being conflicted inside about sex, sexuality, and spirituality. You also need to learn how to transmute spiritual into erotic energy and vice versa, okay? Because there's a spiritual sexual component to Ketu in Taurus. Another indication is that you don't put enough attention to being financially stable in life. Like, because you're so spiritually inclined, you tend to neglect like regular everyday life activities, such as being able to find stability in your life, because you find mundane things to be boring. You're an adventure seeker. You're someone who's more interested in spiritual enlightenment than someone who's interested in having a stable life. So what you have to remember here is that the spiritual world and the physical world are one. Non-dual. Okay? Everything that you do, yeah, you said you'll skip meals to feed your kids, but where's your abundance? Where's the abundance in your life? Like I'm talking about, like not being poor, not struggling. Because if you're struggling and you're poor all the time, you're not seeking abundance, you're not seeking wealth. You might budget, but are you actually pursuing having a wealthy life? A life of stability and wealth? Because budgeting has nothing to do with accumulating wealth. Are you accumulating wealth in this life? Money, saving money. Do you have abundance? That's the question. Two different things. Because what Ketu and Taurus is saying is that the reason why your life is the way it is financially is because you don't prioritize being financially abundant. So in America, even if you have disability for being a disabled American, you're still able to work. Do you work? I mean, do they allow you to work? Can you still work? Because you can still make up to like $1,200 a month, even if you're even if you have disability in this country. So like, now if you have absolutely zero ability to do anything at all to work, I understand. Okay. Okay. I'm not criticizing you in any kind of way. I'm saying that there are ways to if you have the ability to get up in the morning and brush your teeth, comb your hair, and you're able to communicate. There's ways that you could make money. There's ways that you could find to make money if you have the ability to communicate with other people. Communication based, like reading tarot cards for people or oracle cards for people. You're a spiritual person. You could be a life coach. There's things that you could do to help other people that you could also make money off of. That you could sit in a wheelchair and do, or lay in bed and do, and not have to interact with lots of people. Well, then you just answered my question. So I don't know anyone's one individual situation. I don't know anybody's individual situation just by meeting them in a TikTok live and just talking to them back and forth like I'm talking to you. But, I always encourage people, even on disability, to try to find small ways in order to generate extra cash. Finding people willing to pay online. Like on TikTok, or Oops. I'm sorry, I'm having a snack while I'm reading the chat. I don't know why, for the past 2 days, I have been on a barbecue pork rind rampage. I'm not someone who snacks. There's something else I like. I like these crisp chips. They are made by Ritz. They're as thin as a potato chip, but they're really crackers. Okay. All right, look. I need to put a little bit more coffee in my coffee cup. Okay. The other thing I like is the sauce, is it salsa sun chips? The sun chips that are siesta or whatever. Let me grab some more coffee. I'll be right back, and then I'll continue doing this reading here. Okay. Oh, I have got to close this window now. I have to close this window because now it's cold. Now it's cold. Okay. Wait, did you say your tarot readings, you're charging people $10 for a tarot reading? It's the Gooners. Not the Goonies, it's the Gooners. Baby, why aren't you charging $50 for a reading? You shouldn't be charging less than 50 American dollars for a reading. No wonder you're poor. What the fuck? What is wrong with you? I don't know who you're running with or who you're talking to, but the people that you're trying to get to buy readings from you are obviously like sitting in the gutter. I have Australians that pay me $65 American dollars to read them all the time. I get people from Australia, New Zealand. I get people from all over the world willing to pay me money. So you're not doing something right. Yeah, of course they're loyal for $10. I mean, $10 is nothing in America. $10 like is the cost of a McDonald's double cheeseburger meal with French fries and a Coke. So you're doing something wrong. You're not managing your affairs properly. That's why you're where you're at. I'm not calling you out in the sense that I'm giving you constructive criticism over here. There's something about what you're doing that needs to change, because that's why you're not finding abundance or wealth. You're laying in the gutter over here. You should be charging maximum prices. $50 is the minimum someone who's been reading for 3 years should be charging. Obsidian, if you're on social media, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, not so much YouTube, but other places where you're able to connect with people in communities or in groups or go live in order to do readings, there's absolutely no reason for you to charge less than $50 for private appointments. Okay? And I'm going to tell you why. Because if you charge $10 for a reading, people think you're shit. People want to pay money. People who have money, the people who have money will pay the money. They won't even ask why you charge however much you charge. There are bitches on this app that charge $250 an hour for readings. People who have not been I've been reading cards for 20 years. I'm talking about bitches I've met on here that have been reading for a couple of years, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, charging $250 for a reading. Let me tell you something. You have got a poorhouse mentality. You're walking around with poorhouse mentality. I don't care if you're in a wheelchair. I don't care if you're laid up and can only use one arm, or if you only have one eye, or you don't have the ability to care for yourself all the time. You still have, you can have elite mentality even if you're laying in bed. So your mentality needs to change. Your attitude about yourself needs to change, and you need to be looking for a higher echelon of clients. Because let me tell you bitches something, period. Listen to me. If you do readings, okay? People will pay for what they value. People will pay for what they value. The same people that will complain about you charging $50 or $65 to put down their cards for an hour are the same people that will go to Victoria's Secrets and spend $70 for a piece of string to go up their asshole. And that is the truth. People will pay you for their time if they value you, but you don't value yourself. Where's your value that you put on yourself and what you do? If you charge these dirt cheap prices for readings, you at least have to be competitive, have competitive pricing with other people you feel are in your realm, okay? The truth of the matter is, I should be charging people $200 for a reading. But I don't. Because most of the people that follow me don't have $200 to book a reading, and the people that I want to help, I am willing to work for $1 a minute. But $1 a minute is the bare minimum that anybody should charge for a reading. If you do a 45-minute long reading, $45. You're going to do an hour. If you're going to do an hour reading, $60, maybe $65. Yeah, well, if you've been reading people for 13 years and you've been charging for 3 years, your prices need to be a minimum of $50 for an appointment. Period. Change the way you price yourself. Because you have to change the way you think about yourself. Your view of yourself is really ass backwards and upside down and inside out, and that's something that really needs to change. You're not trying to stay alive because you're not charging people what you should be charging them for readings. How long of a reading do you give to someone? Okay, let me ask you a question. And I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm trying to help you understand that you have value and you can't see your own values. Your own value. My question to you, Obsidian, listen to me, is for $10, if you charge somebody $10 for a reading, how long is that reading? How long is your reading for $10? Your $10 readings, how long are they? For $10, how much time does an individual get? Because people are paying you for your time. They're not paying you for anything. At bare minimum, they're paying you for your time. Because, see, I charge based on my time. So I'm asking you about your time. Yeah, no. You are not running, you need to have a business mindset. You're acting like you're reading people like you'd read your friends. Hey, Smug Cat. So listen, Obsidian. You need to charge for your time. So you need to put a limit on how much time you're willing to sit and talk to someone. And you need to charge $1 a minute. So if one person wants to get read by you, you tell them I do 45-minute long readings and I charge $1 a minute. That's $45. And within that 45-minute long period of time, you can pull oracle cards, bones, runes, tarot cards, pull out your crystal ball, whatever. Scry, you can do anything that you want for that person within 45 minutes. But there is see, that's the thing, that's the problem, is the way you're talking to me and what you're telling me and what other people, commenters, are saying in this chat are saying to you. They're picking up on the same thing I'm picking up on, which is called boundaries. It's called boundaries. You have to have perimeters around working with other people. That means when people buy a reading from me, they pay $65 and they get most people get longer than an hour with me, okay? Because I'm not stingy on my time either. But what they're doing is they're paying for a block of time. That's the boundary I set. This is the boundary of time I'm going to set aside for you. This is the amount of money I have to get paid in order to be there for you for this amount of time. If I choose to talk to that person longer, I realize I'm doing that and I'm losing money. For every minute that I talk to somebody over the hour that they paid for, I'm losing money because I'm also losing time, and time is money, okay? Because for every time I get up to work, I have to do something that's going to generate revenue. So what I'm saying is that you need to change how you do things to be successful, okay? Because if you tell me that you charge $10 for a reading and you have no time limits on the amount of time that you sit and talk to someone, one person can pay you $10 and 2 hours later, 3 hours later, you could still be talking to this motherfucker. If you charged $1 a minute, you'd be making, what, $180 off of the person. If you sit and talk to somebody for 3 hours, back and forth and pulling out every single divinational tool plus the kitchen sink for someone, that's $180 reading. And if you're only charging them $10, that's why you can't afford to do shit. Look, be more self-aware. And the reason why I'm saying these things to you is because I want to see you successful. I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm saying the things I'm saying to you because I want you to be successful in life. I want you to be happy in life. I want you to be able to not only feed your kids and not eat. Like you said, you'll feed your kids, but you won't eat. No, you need to be able to feed everyone every single day. You need to overcome this. You need to open your ears and listen to me, and don't say, oh no, Ryan, well, tell me what's next. Tell me what's next, because I don't like what you're saying. I want you to tell me what's next. Keep going with my chart. Don't fucking do that to me. You don't get away with that shit, not in my life. You can unsubscribe. So don't say, okay, well, tell me what's next in my chart. Don't get an attitude with me, period. Because I can shut down this computer and stop reading you right now. I can stop reading you right now if you're going to get an attitude. Period. So you are here and I'm telling you what I'm seeing in your chart, and I'm trying to help you out. I just gave you practical steps. I just told you how to fix your life just now. For the past 10 minutes. And that's it. Like, that's really what you need to do to fix your life. So are you going to fix your life? Are you going to start charging more for your readings? Yes or no? Are you going to do what I just recommended to you? Are you going to continue to do the same thing? Because remember, I'm doing this for you for free. You pay $6 to be one of my subscribers so that you can actually chat with me. You're not paying $6 for me to sit here for 2 hours and give you a free reading, which is what I'm giving you. I'm doing this for free for you. I charge $50 a pop for this. Okay. I'm going to give you 5 more minutes of time so that I can work with somebody else. Let's see. Okay. So you have the moon and Mars in Gemini. And the moon and Mars are, the moon is not, well, don't pay for any readings from me until you actually start making money. Don't pay for it. Don't try to buy anything from anybody else. Don't spend your money on anything else spiritual until you start making money doing what you do. You don't have to be sorry. You don't have to be sorry. It's fine. I'm just telling you that the reason why you're in a fucked up situation is because you don't value yourself and you're not charging standard rates. That's it. And that's why your life is a mess, because you could be making a lot more money if you were treating yourself like a business and valuing your time. So you have poorhouse mentality, and you will always be in the poorhouse if you maintain your life the way you're maintaining it right now. So the moon doesn't really have any enemies when it comes to Vedic astrology. Mars is not necessarily happy in Gemini because Mars and Mercury don't get along with one another. Mercury and the Sun is in Cancer, and it's good for you that Mercury and the Sun, Mercury as the planet of communication in the sign and the house of the moon gives you the ability to communicate with other people as a motherly figure. There's a motherly aspect to your communication style that people like to listen to. Okay? Now, this whole Mars in Gemini situation, what you guys have to remember about Gemini is that Gemini is a very duplicitous sign. Everything in Gemini comes in twos because it's the divine twins. Okay? It's just double your pleasure, double your fun, double your fuckery. So this Mars energy that you have in Gemini, let me look at my notes real quick, because what does Mars in Gemini tell you? Mars in Gemini suggests that you're very fond of change and you have a strong desire to learn, and you're clever, but that causes you trouble. Mars in Gemini also can make you cynical if you're not careful. And you also have the tendency to burn out quickly or lose interest in things quickly. Gemini, okay, here we go. That little spurt that we had a minute ago with one another, Mars in Gemini makes you restless and impatient. And the notes that I have for myself on Mars in Gemini says that you should pursue Mindfulness practices to keep your mind stable and active. So that's another way that you can fix your life, according to my analysis and as far as Mars and Gemini is concerned. You need to work on your patience, okay? You need to work on gratitude. You need to work on being present in the moment. So that is the recommendations for helping to fix that uncontrollable Mars and Gemini aspect. Your sun is in Cancer. My sun is in Cancer too. And I'm just going to speak from a place of experience when it comes to the sun in Cancer. People who have the sun in Cancer are givers. We like to give things away. We are usually, we try to see the best in others. We try to see the best in others. We what is the word for people who have sun in Cancer? To be honest with you, people who have sun in Cancer tend to be naive. There's a naivety that comes along with people who are born with sun in Cancer. Most of us are very naive people, at least at the beginning part of life, because we're very easily taken advantage of. People who have sun in Cancer are also people who are very easily taken advantage of in life. That's something that you need to pay attention to. All of this stuff relates to you. All right, you have Venus in Virgo, you have Jupiter in Libra, and you have Pluto and the north node of the moon in Scorpio. Venus is happy in Virgo because Venus is in the house of her friend, and Virgo is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury and Venus are friends. And that also says that as far as your sensuality is concerned, because Venus is the planet of all good things, Venus is the most beatific and benevolent of all the planets, the most loving, the most sensuous, the most genuine and generous. What Venus in Virgo says is that sensually you're grounded in your sensuality. There's an earthiness in the way you interact with people in a sensual way. Jupiter in Libra, not necessarily great. Jupiter's energies are kind of stifled a little bit because Libra is ruled by Venus, and Jupiter and Venus are not friends in Hindu astrology. So what can come from Jupiter's energies being stifled in your 11th house, which gets better over time, is problems with learning disabilities, learning problems. And guys, remember, the more planets you have in the back end of your chart, like the more planets that you have in the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th houses, the better. When you start getting around the 6th, 8th, 6, 7, 8, that gets rocky. The 9th house gets a little bit better. And then when you have 10, 11, 12, when you have planets that are in the back end of your chart, that it kind of makes life a little rocky for you in the beginning. So learning disabilities can be an issue with Jupiter being stifled off in Libra. But because it's in your 11th house, those learning disabilities get better over time. Better over time. You can learn how to control ADHD. You might have an IQ, no social and emotional intelligence. You can learn those things over time. Just because you're born with a learning disability doesn't mean that it can't improve. Everything can improve over time through development. Okay? Ghoulie ghoul, you're funny. Okay, so in finality over here, Obsidian, the 12th house in Scorpio is with Pluto, and the north node of the moon is a really, really big challenge and a really big hurdle for you to overcome in this lifetime. Because Rahu is kind of like the magician, the trickster of all of the planets in Hindu astrology. It's all smoke and mirrors with Rahu. Rahu is responsible for delusions, for confusion. It's the planet that likes to, it's the dangling carrot that says over here, over here, over here. There's also something about Rahu, and let me just check my notes over here to make sure that I'm on point with it. In my notes, it says Rahu it's very important for you to, my notes for this Rahu and Rahu in Scorpio specifically talks about seeking outside assistance for therapists, life coaches, and other people to give you guidance in life. It says Rahu represents craving and desires. It's why we incarnate. It represents the experiences we want to have. So the experiences that you're seeking in this life, which are spiritual experiences, which is what Scorpio is all about, the occult and all of that, Rahu is associated with unconscious desires, dissatisfaction, fear, obsession, ambition, illusion, hallucination, trance, and unresolved issues from your past lives. I would really encourage you to look into more medication, more therapy, more life coaching, and finding people who are competent to help you sort out the issues in your life in order to help you get your life in order. Because you don't, because from what I see talking to you back and forth just over this live and also looking at your chart, you don't have the ability to do that for yourself. You're not competent enough emotionally to be able to do what it is that you need to do without someone helping you or guiding you. There's no shame in that. There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with looking for other people who have more experience than you and have the ability to help you. You need people to help you. Yeah, you got a lot of stuff going on, baby. You got a lot of stuff going on. And what I want to do is I want to encourage you to continue to do that. See, the thing is the occult really attracts mentally ill people. That's just the truth. The truth is that astrology, these religions, these occult religions, traditional religions, shamanism, people who are psychic mediums, diviners, people who are interested in tarot, like most people who are attracted to these things usually have some kind of connection with the spiritual world. And I believe that people who have mental illness and suffer from mental and behavioral health problems tend to experience the spiritual more vividly. Okay? That's a really hard pill to swallow, but I'm telling you that because I care. And I am fucking Ryan, and Brujo Ryan is all about honesty. So I'm being straight up honest with you. So that's my reading for you, honey. I hope that helps. I hope you have taken notes. I hope you remember all of the things that we talk about. I hope that you have, learned something. Yeah. Continue to get that outside help from all of your resources that you have. And just be careful that you don't fall into some kind of spiritual psychosis. Okay? Good. Good. Just, charge what you're worth. And here's the thing though, it's not you. Like, I'm not bullying you. I'm not beating you up. I'm telling everybody everybody for years now on TikTok. Everybody for years I've been telling people, charge what you're worth. Be competitive with the other people out there. Because here's something I'm going to say, Obsidian, and I'm going to be totally honest because I know a lot of people like you. I'm also a psychic medium, okay? I talk to spirits of the dead, and you've got a lot of spirits around you, okay? The thing is that you sound like a very, very intelligent person, or at least you're able to have a very intelligent dialogue back and forth with me through this chat. You sound like you know what you're doing. You sound extremely well-versed and diverse in your stuff. You sound like you know what you're doing, okay? So you're worth the money. I'm pretty sure that if I came to you to get a reading with your cards and your bones and your runes and everything, I'm pretty sure that you would give me a really good reading. I'm pretty sure that you know what you're talking about. I have faith in you, that you have the ability to be able to pick up on shit that probably normal people cannot. Like people who are not connected to the spiritual world, like you. So that's why you should value yourself and value your time. There you go. I don't even have to ask her. I pretty much can say, I believe you. I believe that you have talent, and I believe that everyone who's talented should get paid for their talents. Okay, so I was supposed to pull up another person's chart. Who else? Where's Hey, Shadow XJ. Subscribed. Thank you so much. Yes, Dark Moon Goddess. Hey, Jay. Good to see you. Oh, did you buy a chart from me? Yay, I see that you placed an order. So here's the whole thing. While I have you on, so here's the thing. Let me do this right now, okay? Because you didn't put this in the email, or you didn't put this in the line, let me go ahead and grab all of your information right now when it comes to, let me go ahead and get your information right now as far as your birthday, time, location, and everything like that. Hold on. And hold on, Moon, Dark Moon. Let me just do this real quick. Make my life easier. No, you're good. I'm glad that you came in here and told me about this. I got you. All right, what's your birthday? And what is the location of your birth? I'm creating the chart, because what's going to happen is I'm going to do your birth chart analysis. You're going to get emailed a PDF and a Word document, which is going to be the full natal chart interpretation. That's what you get. Bronx, New York. And your time of birth. And I just want to say thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me. I really love doing this. I'm really enjoying. Okay, guess what? I got you, D, Mrs. D. Okay, absolutely. Why is time important? Why is the time important? I got you. I will be doing your chart for you, okay? Thank you so much. Why do I have Daniela? Did I not do Daniela's chart? What the fuck? Oh, man. Okay. Okay. So let's talk about why your birth time is important. Oh, okay. Okay, Dark Moon. Hold on a second. I'm going to save Obsidian's file, or what I pulled up for her, just in case in the future you want me to actually do that analysis for you, like the print version. Let me put in Dark Moon Goddess's time first. I mean, her information first. And then I'll answer the question for you. What is in Michigan is MI, right? Monroe? Oh, no, hold on. What is the, Detroit, Michigan. Monroe. Wayne, I found it. Detroit, Michigan, Wayne. Got it. Got it. All right. Wow, damn. Look at you. 1, 2, 3. 5 planets in your second house. God damn. Look at this chart. Okay. Okay, so look. I'm going to try to I try to explain things as simply as possible. The reason why I try to explain things to people as simply as possible is because I'm on a spectrum also, and I need shit broken down for me in very, 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 very simple terms in order for me to understand them. And let's just look at our solar system as a big clock, okay? Just look at our solar system and look at the way our Earth revolves around the sun and how all of our planets in our solar system are revolving around this star, this particular star, okay? Look at it like a clock, okay? Our calendars, our first calendars were based off the cycles of the moon. They were lunar-based calendars. And later came solar-based calendars, okay? And agriculture and through the development of society, agricultural societies have developed, and we keep track of time, okay, by paying attention to the days of the week and the weeks and the month and the months and the year. And on a daily basis, we say, well, there's about 24 hours in a day. So we keep track of time by literally paying attention to, you know, how the universe is flowing, how the planets are flowing, and how everything's flowing, okay? So think about you as an individual. Think about at the moment of your birth, okay? When you took your first breath, when you became a living soul, when you became a living being, okay? When the body that your mother created for you was born, and you take your first breath and your spirit, your soul enters the body. Because when you exhale your last breath and when you die, your prana, your energy, your chi, your ache, what is really you, your true essence, leaves the body. The body goes to being a lifeless piece of material substance that gets left behind when you leave the shell of the body, decays, goes back to the earth, goes back to all the material things, goes back to all the material components that came to create you, goes back to the earth, right? So when you took your first breath and you came into your being, okay, at that moment, in the heavens above, there was all kinds of forces interplaying with one another at the time of your birth. Venus was doing something. The sun was doing something. Mars was doing something. Mercury was doing something. The outer planets were doing something. There was stuff going on. And all the stuff that was going on in the universe at the moment in which you took your first breath have an impact on you. And they tell you something about yourself. Your birth chart is a screenshot of the zeitgeist of the universe when you were born. It's like your starting point. It's like the universe is on its schedule and bloop, here you are. You're plopped down right in the middle of it, and this is where you start. This is your starting point. And it's very, very important to know your starting point if you're going to accurately predict the future when it comes to when your karma is deposited over time. All of the planets in Hindu astrology act as contributors to your life. All the planets act as contributors to your life on your life's journey. Venus gives you something. Mars gives you something. Mercury gives you something. You have to look at the planets like people. If you understand the planets as if you understood people, you would realize that all the planets have their own personality. They have their own role and function. They all behave a certain way. And depending on where that planet is in the sky at the moment of your birth, that planet is going to be behaving differently. So if you don't know your birth chart, and you don't know where the planets were in the sky at the moment of your birth, you don't understand your relationship between you and the planets that you're working with throughout your life. Does that make sense? I'm trying to say it in the most simple way possible, trying to make it more personable for you. Instead of a lot of people are afraid of studying astrology because they're like, I'm not good at math. I'm not going to be able to calculate astronomy. I was not good at astronomy. I'm not really, I'm not great at science or biology, So astrology is very, very daunting because whenever you think of astrologers, you think of people who are really, really, really super cerebral. I am not. I have to look at astrology from the standpoint of relationships. And when you're looking at someone's birth chart, you're looking at the relationship between the individual and the planets. That's astrology. And I think someone subscribed. Hey, Shannon. Hi, Shannon. Thank you for becoming a subscriber. Thank you for becoming a member. Let me put it in another terms, though. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I really, really appreciate it. A benefit or a perk for being one of my subscribers coming into my lives is that I do shit for y'all. Like, I'm on this kick right now where I'm like doing astrology, looking up people's charts, like just doing a quick overview. Of course, my quick overview takes like an hour, but doing like an overview of like birth charts and teaching and explaining to people things about like what I know about astrology. I am not a master astrologer at all, but I love astrology and I'm just trying to share what I have learned with others. Well, you know what, that's funny. That's funny that you say that. What was I saying about planets? If you want to study astrology, I'm so sorry to yawn in your face. I'm always tired. I'm like always tired. Like I can always sleep all the time. So I'm always yawning. If you really want to understand astrology, there's two things that you need to understand. You need to understand the planets, and you need to understand the signs. Now, the components of an astrological chart are comprised of houses, signs, and planets. Here's the thing about Vedic astrology and Hindu astrology, which makes things a lot easier, is in Hindu astrology, a house and a sign are of equal parts. The whole sign equals one house. A house and a sign are the same in Hindu astrology. There's no cusps and stuff like that. There's no superimposing a box on top of the night sky. It doesn't work like that in Hindu astrology. Aries is an entire house. Taurus is an entire house. Gemini is an entire house. And the houses represent areas or aspects of a person's life in astrology. But when I'm looking at someone's birth chart, what I'm really, really looking at is how every planet is behaving in any particular sign. As an example, let's take you as an example. You don't behave the same way at work that you behave at home. You don't treat your mother the same way you treat your husband. And you don't treat your husband the same way you treat your children, or at least you shouldn't. So as you being a complex individual person, you will behave differently under different circumstances. Do you understand? You behave this way at work, this way at home, this way when you're at a concert, right? You wouldn't go to work and get drunk and start screaming or taking your top off or body slamming people at work. Slam dancing is what we called it back in the 80s. Right? So you as an individual behave differently in different circumstances. And it's the same thing with these planets. Saturn is going to behave a different way in Gemini than it is in Sagittarius. The sun is going to behave differently in Virgo than it is in Pisces. So every single planet is going to behave differently depending on what sign it finds itself in. Here's the other thing. You have to understand the relationship of the planets with one another. So let's just pretend this is universal Seinfeld, and every single planet has a very unique and interesting relationship with every other planet. As an example, Venus and Jupiter, not friends. Some people would consider them enemies. I don't consider them to be enemies, but they're definitely not working with one another. Okay? They both have different, they're both considered to be gurus. Venus and Jupiter are the gurus of Hindu astrology. They're both they're both attributed a lot of qualities that are benefic and beneficent, but they don't get along. So Jupiter doesn't feel good, or Jupiter is not happy in a house ruled by Venus, and Venus is not happy in a house ruled by Jupiter. So you understand that there's a relationship that happens between the planets that has to be taken into account when you're looking at someone's chart. Hey, Joanne. Good. All right, Dark Moon Goddess, you've been waiting. I don't know how long you've been waiting for me to do this for you, but now we're going to get started, okay? Let's break it down. Let's break it down, everybody. So you're rising. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me finish. I'm sorry. See, this is how I go. Okay. Yes, we're going. Yes, we're going. But I was getting ready to tell you that you're a Leo rising. Your rising sign is Leo. And that has to do with like why time is important. So I just have to finish this for Ghoulie Ghoul. Okay. Ghoulie Ghoul. Why is knowing your birth time important when it comes to astrology? All right. So it takes about a month for the sun to move from one sign of the zodiac to another. It takes about 2.5 days from the moon to transition from one sign of the zodiac to the next, okay? So when we're talking about people's sun signs, like people say, oh, I'm a Cancer. Well, they say, well, I'm a Cancer because their sun is in Cancer. Yeah, but you're really not, your personality is not based on being a Cancer, because there's a lot of motherfuckers that are born in the month of whenever Cancer is around, okay, in the summertime. Cancer, if you say my sun sign is in Cancer, that tells me that gives me a 50%, maybe a very small amount of information when it comes to you as an individual, okay? Because sun signs are broad. They are big picture, much more big picture, big self, or soul grouping. You've heard of soul groups? Soul grouping, okay? Your moon sign, when it comes to analyzing your personality and your individuality on this planet, is much more accurate than your sun sign, because the moon is transitioning through a sign of the zodiac about every 2.5 days. Now, your rising sign in Hindu astrology, your rising sign is considered to be your sign, okay? Your ego self, the person who's navigating themselves through space in this life, okay? That's because at the moment of your birth, On the eastern horizon, there is a sign of the zodiac that is rising. That's why it's called your rising sign. Each sign of the zodiac takes about 2 hours to rise on the eastern horizon in a 24-hour period of time. What does that mean? That means every 2 hours, another sign is rising on the horizon. And every 2 hours, you're getting a new lot of people being born on this planet under various conditions with different signs, okay? So knowing your time of birth is first and foremost going to tell you what your rising sign is accurately. And your rising sign is who you are, your personality, your ego self in this life. So, you can break down a chart down to a minute. We can break down a astrological birth chart down to the minute. Getting more and more and more and more and more accurate breaking down a chart if we know what the person's time of birth is. Not knowing your time of birth makes things very complicated. Makes things very complicated for interpretation purposes. Not having that information. Okay. Because your sun sign and your moon sign isn't really going to change, not knowing your birth time. So you're dealing with your sun sign, you're dealing with your moon sign, and you're dealing with all the other planets in space, okay, at the time of your birth. But your rising sign has so much to do with who you are as a person and the interplay of energies that knowing your rising sign is crucial for getting a in-depth interpretation of a chart. It's not like someone can't read your birth chart if they don't know your birth time, if you don't know your birth time. If you know the day of your birth, of course, that's good, but the accuracy is going to be significantly less, okay? Thank you to all my subscribers. I think I got another subscriber. I just want you guys to know I'm not trying to make money off of TikTok. Having subscribers, having subscriber-based chats on TikTok have absolutely nothing to do with me actually making money, okay? So don't think I'm sitting over here making money off of all of you guys who are subscribing, okay? The reason why I did the subscriber-only chat was to be able to prevent motherfuckers from getting into my chat and calling me names and being mean to me and bullying me on this app. That's why it's subscriber-based. But if you became a subscriber, your $6, which it's $6 American dollars, maybe it's some other price in some other part of the world. Thank you for buying me a cup of coffee and a donut. Your $6 will buy me a cup of coffee and a donut at Dunkin' Donuts. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, BDSM goddess. Woohoo! That's sexy. All right. So now we're going to get into Dark Moon Goddess's chart. You are a Leo rising in, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait. Okay. All right, I just had to make sure that my settings were set proper. Make sure that my Aya Namsha didn't change. Okay. You're a Leo rising with no planets in your first house, which is you don't have any planets in Leo. But Leo is ruled by the sun. And the characteristics of Leo and people who are born under the sign of Leo is that the characteristics are being magnetic, ambitious, loyal, entertaining, forgiving, and generally warm-hearted. Leo is a fixed, conservative, active, and fire sign. Leo is fixed, conservative, active, and a fire sign. And the strength of the sign depends on the placement of the sun in your birth chart, okay? So the sun is over in Virgo next door, and there's a lot of stuff going on in your second house, which is Virgo. There's a lot of stuff going on in Virgo, okay, when it pertains to Mars, Mercury, the sun, Pluto, and Uranus. That's a lot going on in your second house. Now, here's a good thing. The more planets you have at the front portion of your chart in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth house is a good thing. I'm not saying people that don't have coffee is love. I'm not saying that having planets all over your birth chart, if they're not in the front part of your chart, is bad. I'm just saying that you're front loaded over here. And here's the thing about the second house. What does that mean when there's a lot? It just means there's a lot going on in that sign for you. So first we need to talk about Virgo, the sign. And then we need to talk about the planets in the sign and what they mean and how they're interacting with one another. Because having this many planets in one sign means that there's a lot of combinations of energies. We just look at it as a combination of energies. You can look at each planet as giving off its own energy, okay? And you can also look at each planet as an individual interacting with other individuals, okay? So when it comes to interpretation, you can look at the planets as personalities and you can see how they're interacting with the other planets. All right. Now here's a beautiful thing about the second house. The second house has to do with all the things that you need to everything you need in life to accomplish your destiny. That's what the second house means when you're looking at a house system. In Hindu astrology, your second house, the area of life that represents is your needs. What you need, not what you want, what you need. So your second house is a clue as to the things that you need to accumulate in life in order to accomplish your destiny. Does that make sense? And you got a lot of planets in your second house. Okay. So the first planet that we're going to hit up over here is, well, first let's talk about Virgo. I'm a Virgo. My rising sign is a Virgo. I'm a Virgo. Matter of fact, I'm like right there on the Virgo-Leo line. Like literally I'm straddling the motherfucking line of Virgo and Leo. And whenever someone is very close to the cusp of another sign, we usually say that their personality is a combination of both. So there's really not 12 signs of the zodiac, there's really 24. Okay? Because if you're born within 3 days of the changing of a sign, or even born like within 3 days of the sign changing, there's a combination of energies there. But as far as Virgo is concerned, Virgo is ruled by Mercury, and its characteristics are being methodical, clean, discriminating, analytical, can be shy, and self-critical. Virgo is mutable, passive, and an earth sign, and the strength of the sign depends on where Mercury is. Mercury is very, very happy because Mercury is in Virgo, in his sign. So Mercury being in his own sign is good for you. So the sun in Hindu astrology represents the self. and not the ego self, not the person that you portray, not the mask that you've put on in this life, okay, which is that Leo rising, but the sun represents the big self, okay? And the problem with the sun being in Virgo is that there can be some disconnection between you and your great self. So I'm going to run over here to Virgo. And the sun in Virgo, the blessings that come with the sun in Virgo, take notes, okay? The blessings that come along with the sun in Virgo have to do with, it gives you a knowledge of numbers and letters. It makes you a scientific thinker. It gives you good analytical abilities. You're good at organizing things. You have a strong sense of service. The businesses that you would do well in are things like science, legalities, designing, writing, and other jobs that require a high-functioning mental activity, okay? The shadow side of having the sun in Virgo is not caring about yourself, not caring about your own needs, neglecting yourself. You might want to be happily married, but you don't know how to be happy when you're married. That's the catch-22 of Sun in Virgo. You want to be happily married, but when you're married, you don't know how to be happy. Does any of that sound like it makes sense at all? Also, people who have Sun in Virgo have to be careful to guard against having victim mentality, because it's easy for you to get disappointed and angry and critical. It's easy for you to fall into that disappointed, angry, and critical cycle with the sun in Virgo, okay? The next thing we have here is we have Mars in Virgo. Mars in Virgo says that you have the ability to manifest things quickly. When you want something done, you get it done. That's when you actually want to get something done. You have the ability to get it done quickly. You're a quick manifester, okay? It also indicates that you like to do things by yourself, and you have a fear of other people doing jobs for you because you're afraid that they're going to do them poorly. So you're the kind of person that like, no, I'll clean up. I'll clean up, not a problem. I can clean up. And the reason why you say, oh, I'll clean up everything isn't not necessarily because you want to clean up. It's because you want to clean up because you don't want other people doing it because they're going to do it wrong. That's like 100% me. That's me. No, I'll do it myself because anybody else who tries to do it is going to do it wrong. You see what I'm saying? The shadow side to having, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm not tired. I'm not allowed to be tired, but I'm yawning anyway. Mars in Virgo. So look at here's the deal, people, when it comes to the planets. If you're looking at each planet as its own person, if you're looking at each planet as its own personality, then you realize that every personality has a light and a shadow side. And every planet has its light and its shadow side. Every planet has its creative and its destructive side. So when you're looking at planets, for me, it's very important to take into account both the positive and the negative. A negative aspect or a negative shadowy side of Mars's personality in Virgo can give you an overactive mind, and you're prone to black and white thinking. And you might not be a liar, but you're very good at lying. So Mars in Virgo makes you very calm, and it makes you calculating. And it's that that whole concept, that old Klingon proverb, right, which is revenge is best served cold. You are a serving up revenge cold kind of gal. You see what I'm saying? Oh, and my Mars is also in Virgo, by the way. I think I might have alluded to that, but I don't think I actually said my Mars is in Virgo. I've got a Virgo Mars, so that whole like, you motherfucker, you're gonna get it. You're not gonna get it right now, but when I serve it up, oh, you're gonna feel it. I'm just gonna like slide it right in underneath you, that kind of thing. But I think the biggest problem for me, for my Mars in Virgo, is having black and white thinking, having to feel like things either have to be this way or that way. Things are either this way or that way, and not being able to find compromise, or not having the flexibility of mind. Or how about this? I have learned over time. I have learned over time to let go of my black and white thinking and to think more broadly, to be able to take into account things from a more broad point of view. You're a go with the flow kind of gal? Okay. Next. Pluto and Uranus. I think I described to you earlier that Pluto has a lot to do with ego destruction. It's the ego killer. And Uranus is the planet of individualization, how you want to be perceived in life. And I guess what I'm asking you is, in life in general, do you want to be perceived as someone who is earthy, someone who's easygoing, someone who's reliable, someone who is able to get shit done? Are you just in general connected more to the earth? Do you feel like the earth represents, or you try to be more earthy in nature? Yeah, that's that Uranus and Virgo coming through. Uranus and Virgo. Hold on, I'm saving you to the desktop. Okay. You're a super Earth. Now here's the whole thing though. The whole thing about that Pluto, I feel like Pluto as the ego destroyer is more disruptive in air and fire signs. I'm sorry, hold on. I feel like Pluto is more okay, no, let me, hold on, let me stop. I feel that Pluto is less effective for people when it comes to earth signs. I think that Pluto is much more disruptive and destructive in fire signs, in air signs, and maybe even water signs, but I feel earth signs tend to deal with the negative effects of Pluto better than others after reading a lot of people's charts and analyzing it. Earth signs tend to do better with Pluto than not. All right. Your Atmakaraka, which is the planet that is the highest planet in the sky at the moment of your birth, according to my chart, is Venus. We will get around to your Venus. Your Venus is in your 12th house with Ketu, which is the south node of the moon. Your Venus is in the 12th house. But what am I trying to say? Your Atmakaraka, the highest planet in the sky at the moment of your birth was Venus. So you have a very special connection to Venus, and you also have a very strong connection to the moon, okay? There's a sensuality about your personality that shines through with Venus as your Atma Karaka. There's something about you that's more sensual, more erotic, more, I'd say sensual and erotic. Do you feel like a sensuous person, a sensual woman, an erotic woman? Do you feel very, very, are you prone to being more sensuous? Or do you feel that way about yourself? Because it's more important how you feel about yourself. You've been feeling repressed as of late, but in general, you feel, but you've always felt like a sensual person. A spirit just came around. I smell it. A female spirit just came around as I said all of those things to you. Wow, I don't usually practice spiritism and astrology at the same time, but there's some female spirit that just rolled around for you. Ooh. Damn. Somebody's here. Now it just hit me in my ear. I had the smell of a female cologne, a perfume. Yes. I got a whiff of perfume, a female cologne or female perfume. That's why I stopped for a second and my nose went off. Yeah, kind of like a rosy smell. Is that your grandmother? In my tradition, there's two colognes or female perfumes that smell reminded me of. The first one is Pompeia. There's a colonia that is a lotion. It's called Pompeia. We use it a lot in voodoo because the spirits like the Pompeia. We give that as an offering, or we'll sprinkle it on altars or also on people who are possessed by or mounted by the spirit that likes Pompeia, like Damballa. And then also, that also smells very similar to, and I don't know if you know this particular perfume, but it's called, it's a Jean-Paul Gaultier for women, La Femme. Jean-Paul Gaultier, the female cologne, which is the pink cologne that's in the female body shape. Do you know that? It smelled somewhere in between those two things. Are you Hispanic? Latina? Italian. Wow, interesting. All right, well, I'm not going to pull cards on that right now. I don't have an interest in pulling out my cards for that person. But I'm just saying that it sounds like it's some kind of female. Okay. So, getting back to your birth chart. I know, interesting, right? Could be my crown. All right. So overall, in general, your Sun, your Mercury, and your Mars in Virgo is good. I would say that, Pluto's effects are not going to be as hardcore on you in Virgo or Capricorn as it would in a different sign. And also that Uranus in Virgo really speaks for your earthy nature, your goddess-like nature, okay? These are very good things. So even though you've got a lot of planets in your second house, talking about things that you need to acquire in life. When we're looking at planets in metaphor as terms of things that you need to acquire in life, acquiring in life, the kind of energies that you want to acquire from Mars would be its warrior mentality, its strength, okay, its passion, its power. Let me plug in my phone because I don't know if this thing is going to die. Mars is the warrior of all the planets. So the energies that you want to acquire in life is leadership abilities. Another thing that's required for you in life in order to obtain your destiny would be good communication skills. Mercury is the planet or god of communication. So your communication skills are very, very important for your achievement of your destiny. The sun has to do with you being in touch with yourself, your higher self. That's very important. And then also the ego wrecker, which is Pluto. Let's put it this way. The bigger the ego, the bigger the fall, right? The more hardcore somebody is, and that's me. That's me 100%. It's me. Ego death is difficult for people who have a very strong ego. And I mean like in the negative sense, like in the projection sense. People who have a healthy ego are going to do well with Pluto. People who have a down-to-earth, healthy ego, recognize their strengths, acknowledge their weaknesses. Pluto isn't going to come around and wreck you like it will someone who has delusions, or someone who has delusions of grandeur, okay? Because Pluto is going to slap that ass back into place, you see? So that's right, that's exactly right. If you're not ego-driven, like a lot of people are, then Pluto's effects are not going to hit you as hard. And then Uranus is just a great planet in general. It's adventurous, it's fun, it's avant-garde, it's the crazy artist of the planets, okay? It's the Picasso. It's the crazy one. It will cut off its own ear. That's the nature of Uranus, okay? The crazy artist. Uranus is the crazy artist, the adventurer, the thrill seeker. You don't have any planets in Libra, so we're going to move on to Scorpio. You have Neptune in Scorpio. Whoa. Neptune is the planet of deep longing. Okay? Wherever Neptune lands in a person's birth chart, it tells us that there is a longing, a deep longing. Neptune is transcendental. It is mystical. It's intimately connected to a world. Neptune is disruptive and malefic in the sense that it disrupts the energies of the planets that are around it. Now, the thing about your Neptune is sitting in Scorpio all by itself, okay? So Neptune isn't necessarily creating static for any planets that are directly close to it. It's it's kind of set off. But it is sitting in Scorpio. And Scorpio is a very powerful sign. Scorpio is ruled by Mars, and its characteristics tend to be sarcastic, vindictive, opinionated, adversarial, mystical, sexual, strategic. Scorpio is fixed, passive, and it's a water sign. And the strength of the sign depends on the placement of Mars. So, Neptune for you, whenever Neptune is in Scorpio, it just tells me there's a lot of stuff going on in the subconscious mind of the individual I'm talking to, which happens a lot and often, but not, it's unremarkable to me, because what you see is you see the same kind of people being attracted to the same kinds of things. Like whenever you talk to scientists, or someone who is in the field of science, scientists usually tend to have a particular kind of personality. Police officers and law enforcement tend to have a particular kind of personality. Different jobs require different personality types. People who are nurses and doctors have a particular personality type. Lawyers have a particular personality type. You see what I'm saying? So different personality types tend to be attracted to different fields of study and fields of work. And a lot of people that come to me to get their birth chart read, I find that Neptune, I've seen Neptune in a great many charts in Scorpio. And I think it has to do with the fact that people that follow me are witches and practice the occult, and magicians and sorcerers and everyone else. So it's not surprising to me that your Neptune is in Scorpio, but it gives you that the mysticism side. Neptune in Scorpio also kind of tells me that you have the ability to perceive or talk to spirits. Is that true? You have mediumship abilities? Energy but not spirit. That's interesting. Okay. Well, let's keep going on with the reading here. You have Jupiter in Sagittarius. Jupiter rules Sagittarius. So that's very, very good for you. Jupiter is happy and confident and comfortable in his own sign. And Jupiter is the planet of wisdom. Jupiter is the planet of learning. Jupiter is the planet of schools and colleges and higher education, and is the guru of the planets when it comes to Hindu astrology. Jupiter is the guru. And thank you. I think I got a subscriber. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate your support. I didn't see it pass through my screen so fast. Jupiter in Sagittarius definitely gives you a lot of discernment. People can't take you for a fool. I'm going to make an assessment. Hey, what's up, Abba? I'm going to call you Abba. Glad you made it. I'm gonna throw this out there, and I'm going to make the prediction that you did well in school, Dark Moon Goddess, that like you were at the top of your class, or you did well in school, in high school or whatever, like you got good grades. And you got really good grades. Is that true? Crunch, crunch, crunch. The thing about your Jupiter in Sagittarius, you were smart but uninterested. The neighbors are fucking again. I'm hearing the thing going on over there. That's interesting that you had issues in learning. I just want to I want to try to have, let's broaden this conversation a little bit. Did you have good teachers? Were you in a decent school? Did you have access to proper education? Were your teachers actively engaged with their students? Like, did you have the resources to be interested in school, or were you uninterested because you had poor educators? See what I'm saying? So you said that you were smart, but uninterested. So just remember something. Here's a point, okay? Here's a very interesting point to consider, because this is my philosophical nature coming through. That your birth chart is a screenshot of you, okay? Your soul's journey in life, your personality, your karma, like what baggage you bring into this lifetime. But the environment that you're born into and the interactions that you have with the world and the people around you are also going to shape your destiny, are also going to either exacerbate problematic planets and signs in your chart, or they're going to be helpful. So, as an example, you have to look at astrology like this. Astrology is good at predicting probabilities of events. There are some things in your life that are fixed that absolutely cannot be changed. Things that are fixed in your life that can't be changed are like, well, your gender. I don't want to have this conversation about gender. There are some things that fixed, like you were born either male or female or intersexed or somewhere in between. You're born. Your sex at birth, your biological sex is something that's fixed. That's something that doesn't change. You can modify it, you can alter it, you can enhance it, or you can change it, but it's still something that's fixed. That's not something that changes. Even if you're trans, and here it goes, even if you're trans, we can alter your biology, we can do plastic surgery, we can do things to make you feel more comfortable in your own body, but there are things that are fixed. Those things can't be changed. What you're born with can't be changed. And when I say that, I'm talking about your physical body. We can do hormonal therapy, we can do electrolysis, we can do plastic surgery that's going to help an individual person to be able to live their best life in the body that they feel comfortable in, to represent who they are, how they feel inside, so that the inside and the outside can be congruent, can align with one another. But that whole fucking situation of getting born into the wrong body, that's something that is a fixed problem in your chart. And then depending on the kind of individual people you come into contact with on a daily basis and the environment you're in also either exacerbates or helps the situation. If you have parents that are open-minded, that are liberal, that are accepting of LGBTQ people, and they recognize in you patterns that show that you're different from other children, you might be able to get the emotional support you need, the medical support you need in order to be able to handle this situation. Or you can be born into a family full of assholes. The family you're born into is also out of your control. That is also something that is fixed. You don't get to pick who your parents are. There's this fucking stupid ass concept in New Age philosophy that says you get a choice in everything you do when you incarnate. That is absolutely not traditional. That is not the traditional view in religion. And I'm talking about old religion like Hinduism and Ifa. And we're talking about old religions. You don't get a chance. You don't get a choice about where you end up when you incarnate. So your family, a situation that is fixed, unchangeable, the biological sex at birth, something that's fixed, that's unchangeable. And hereditary health problems, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, obesity, alcoholism, addictions, and other things that run in people's other conditions that are biologically driven. These are also things that are fixed. You see? I'm sorry to hear that, Dark Moon Goddess. But the point is that as you're traveling through life in order to achieve your destiny, your soul, your spirit is constantly navigating around all of these obstacles in order to get to your final destination, okay? It's like Double Dare. Remember Nickelodeon when you were a kid? I used to watch Double Dare on Nickelodeon. I used to love Double Dare. Oh my God. I used to go outside and set up Double Dare traps for myself and then pretend I was on Double Dare. Try to go through all of the obstacle courses. Set up obstacle courses for myself to go through. That was one of my favorite things ever. But you got to look at you have to look at your life as being, I'm starting here. I came here to accomplish my purpose. I came here to accomplish my destiny. There's an easy way to get to your destiny, and there's a hard way to get to your destiny. It's like driving a car. It's like being in a Ferrari. If you're in a Ferrari, the best way to drive is on the interstate, on the highway, smooth roads, okay? Because this Ferrari is not meant to drive on dirt roads. It is not meant to drive in the jungle. It's not meant to drive in the mountains. It's not meant to drive like an SUV or a Jeep. So if you try to drive a Ferrari like you would drive a Jeep, you're going to destroy your motherfucking car. And it's the same thing with trying to achieve your destiny. When you get your life reading in Ifa, you get your Ita, or when you go to a Vedic astrologer and they lay out your birth chart for you in astrology, I'm not saying they're the same, they're totally different systems, but what I'm saying is when you're trying to do that life assessment, destiny assessment, you realize there's a smoother and easier way about going about achieving your destiny, and there's the hard way. I've always chosen the hard way. Every single time. I've always done it the hard way. Always done it the hard way. Just saying. Let's move on to Capricorn. Okay, we're halfway there. Okay, we made it to your 6th house. We made it to house number 6. Okay. House number 6. You have the moon in Capricorn and Rahu, the north node of the moon. There might be an aspect of your life where the concept of being settled down or being settled, or if it is settling down and finding a partner or having a family. There's something that's very, very elusive around this concept of being settled. Like there's something dissettling about being settled. Does that make sense? Yeah, your moon sign is Capricorn. We made it to the 6th house. Your moon is in Capricorn. So you are a Leo rising, you're a Virgo moon, and a Virgo sun, and you're a Capricorn moon. Those are your 3 big ones. So Rahu as the trickster and as the magician of the gods. I'm talking about the planets. Everything is always smoke and mirrors in that area of life. Wherever Rahu appears, that's the part of life that shows, it's like that dangling carrot that you're always chasing that you just can't get to. That's Rahu's job. Rahu's job is to say, here, kitty, 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 over here, come here, come here, come here. And so there's always want, there's always a lack of in that area of your life. That's what Rahu does. So does that kind of like make sense? Now, on the other hand, Moon in Capricorn is good, and Moon in Capricorn says what? Moon in Capricorn says that you're a very devoted companion, you make a good friend, that you're dependable for the most part, and you tend to be methodical, pragmatic, and somewhat orthodox. You have an affinity for things that are old, things that are historical and ancient, you know. You have a respect for antiquity. You like being outdoors. Being in the mountains is good for you. Spending time in the mountains or spending time in nature, but specifically the mountains is good for people who have their moon in Capricorn. The dark side of the moon in Capricorn is being cold-hearted or lacking mercy or even stepping over people to succeed. This came out in another part of your reading before on another planet and another sign, and I don't remember what it is. I think it has to do with the black and white thinking with your Mars in Virgo. But what's coming through with your moon in Capricorn is also talking about living your life by a set of rules, not by principles, or being unyielding. Those are very important things to meditate on and think about on. You need to ask yourself the question, do you find yourself to be very rule-oriented? You might or might not. But I'm just wondering, it has to do with the structure of your mind. It has to do with your internal process. It has to do with you feeling safe within the boundaries of perimeters of constraint, or whether or not you seek to break out of constraint, or whether or not you feel comfortable living in a this is all mental emotional stuff going on. Yeah, that's kind of like what I'm talking about. That's what I'm asking you about. Like, do you feel comfortable and safe keeping yourself keeping your mind and mental state in a state of control by setting perimeters around your thought process? I don't know how else to describe it, because I can't find the words. Are you rigid? Do you find that your mind can be rigid? That you're rigid, that your thought processes can be rigid around concepts that have to do with yourself and with others? And as that's something to meditate on. You don't have anything in your 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th house, okay? Nothing in Aquarius, nothing in Pisces, nothing in Aries, nothing in Taurus. We're going to get around to Saturn. Analytical thinking. Saturn is in Gemini. That's good because Saturn and Mercury are friends, and Saturn is in the house of a friend. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Hindu astrology with the Vargas can be broken down smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, bit by bit by bit by bit by bit. And there's a lot more going on in someone's birth chart than just planets sitting in signs. Okay? Whenever I'm looking at a person's birth chart, initially I'm looking at like your basic, like what am I seeing just by observing and looking at the planets in the signs. There's deeper levels to it that you can get into and go into, which is the Vargas, but I'm not doing that because I just want to see something though about you have a very interesting chart. It's complex. Okay. So let me just put something to you down. Like, let me just ask you a question, Dark Moon Goddess, and we'll just leave it at this. How do you feel about your life in general? Do you feel good about your life in general? Like when you wake up in the morning, are you somewhat satisfied, very satisfied, or dissatisfied? You feel okay. You feel okay, like things could be better? This is not, like, you can be as expressive as you want talking to me during this, me looking, because this isn't like tarot and oracle card reading. Like, I'm not trying to guess or pull stuff out of the spiritual world for you. I'm analyzing your chart. So, like, you can be as expressive as you want. Okay. Because reading someone's birth chart isn't like trying to do divination with oracle cards and tarot cards. When you're doing oracle cards and tarot cards and runes and bones and shells and stuff like that, you're getting very real-time answers for people's problems and circumstances. When you're looking at somebody's birth chart, you're looking at a screenshot of their life when they were born. You know what I'm saying? So what you're talking about, like saying that you are having stuff going on right now, you know, you would have to look at predictive astrology. Has a lot to do with, we're doing a birth chart thing. It's not predictive. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. I'm trying to get to a certain part of my notes because I'm looking up Capricorn and Gemini, which is really, really good. But I just want to see what my notes say. I'm sorry, I meant Saturn in Gemini. Okay. No, I was right. That was all the same stuff. So in Hindu astrology, there's something called the Navamsha. It's the ninth Varga. It's your chart broken down into smaller bits, and the Navamsha is the ninth division of dignities in Varga. And usually when people who practice Vedic astrology or Hindu astrology pull up someone's birth chart, besides looking at the Rashi chart, which is the, Alexa, enough. I don't know why she thought I was talking to her. But the Navamsha, your Navamsha is very, very good, because what the Navamsha chart shows us is how someone's life progresses over time. And your sun is in the house of a good friend, your moon is in a neutral place, your Mars is exalted in the Navamsha, your Mercury is in the house of a friend, your Jupiter is neutral, your Venus is in a house of a good friend, your Saturn is in the house of a good friend. In the Navamsha, oh no, your Saturn is exalted. I'm sorry, hold on. In the Navamsha chart, your sun is in the house of a good friend, your moon is neutral, your Mars is exalted, your Mercury is in the house of a friend, your Jupiter is neutral, your Venus is in the house of a good friend, your Saturn is exalted. Like, you have your Navamsha chart is like pretty stellar. You've got a really, really great Navamsha chart. So what I'm saying is that if you're experiencing difficulties and problems right now, you kind of like need to just sit tight and try to ride it out. But now there's one more chart. There's one more, the Vargas, the dignities in Varga. The for this is, let's see. I think that you'll be able to overcome your health problems. I think the health problems are going to work themselves out. You just need to be really, really patient. You don't need to be anxious. And then also setting boundaries for yourself around how much money you're giving other people and saying no. You have to be able to say no. I don't know why a lot of the people that I work with are people who are witches or people that are like us have a lot. We don't have boundaries. I don't care if it's Santeria, I don't care if it's Wicca or witchcraft, I don't care if it's Norse paganism or any other kind of non-Christian, Jewish, and Muslim faith that people come to, okay? For some reason, people who are like us, of like-minded kindreds on these alternative paths of spirituality, who get off the beaten path, we are very giving people. And we tend to be boundaryless. We don't have boundaries. We really don't have boundaries. Where other people tend to have boundaries, people that are attracted to the things that we're attracted to usually don't have boundaries. Don't have good boundaries with other people. Period. So I think that my best advice for you, my dear, would to be take a seat and reevaluate your boundaries, okay, with the people who are around you. Because, yeah, that's all I have to say. So talking about Venus in Cancer, and also the south node of the moon, Ketu, in Cancer. Venus in Cancer. Venus in Cancer makes you artistic, elegant. It gives you a feeling of royalty, okay? It tells me that you enjoy the comforts in life, that you're emotionally supportive, you're kind-hearted. The indication is also that you have the ability to change negative situations into constructive and positive situations. It says that you have emotional intelligence. Venus in Cancer also says that you have culture. You have a great capacity to love. And the shadow side of Venus in Cancer is being overly emotional, fragile, and easily offended. So those are important things for you to meditate on. Those are my notes when it comes to Venus in Cancer. Do you guys see, if you've been paying attention to this live and you've been listening to me break down people's charts for them, how you have to look at the chart as a whole to get a big picture? You have to look at somebody's chart as a whole. Like, there are people that will be like, well, I've got this planet in this particular house and this particular sign and this blah, 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 blah. And they're trying to find an answer and solution to all of their problems in life by trying to find the planet and the house that everything is disruptive. They're specifically trying to find an answer to their life problems because they think one planet and one sign and one house is going to be a reason why their life is fucked. It doesn't work like that. Nothing works like that. It's cumulative. There's a lot going on from moment to moment, all the time, period, in our lives right now, all the time. And you have to be awake, and you have to be alert, and you have to be here for it. You have to be mindful. You have to be mindful of yourself and your feelings, and you have to be mindful about what you're dealing with when you're coming into conflict with other people, when you're trying to help other people. Like, as an example, if you're a son of a bitch and you just come for me because you don't like me because I'm white, fuck you. You don't mean nothing to me. You ain't shit to me. You're a piece of shit. Like, all those people that don't like me because I'm just fucking white, get over yourself. So I have zero tolerance for people like that. I have zero tolerance for people who want to come around and trash me because I'm a white guy. If all you see is my big white fucking face, you're nothing to me. You're a cockroach. And I'm going to step on you because you mean nothing. If that's where you're at. If that's where your mind is, then that's what you are to me. You ain't shit. If you have opinions about things that I do that you have absolutely no participation in, your opinions are also shit to me. So I will come back at people really, really hardcore because I have very strong boundaries. I'm not going to get pushed around. People aren't going to think that they can come around and talk shit to me, and I'm just going to sit around and take it. Or I'm going to put my dick between my legs and run in the opposite direction and suck on my thumb. Like, that's not going to happen with me. That shit doesn't fly with me. You don't get away with shit with me. Period. Nobody does. So I can be very, very kind. I can be very, very loving. I will take my shirt off my back. I will throw myself in front of a bus for somebody. I value life. I value, I want everyone to grow. I want everybody to evolve. I want everybody to be able to find apotheosis, enlightenment. I want them to be able to fix the problems in their lives. But my personality tends to, I want to help people who want to help themselves. And if I'm trying to help you and you don't want my help, or you're not listening to what I'm saying that's going to help you find that peace and harmony and that balance in your life that you need, I can't help you. I got to walk away. I can't help you anymore. Like, I had to create a boundary for myself, around myself, to protect myself. And all of you who are listening to me tonight need to create a boundary for yourself. First, you need to know yourself and figure out what it is that you're about. What are you about? What do you believe in? What are your views? What are you going to crucify yourself on? Like I said, I make videos on this platform to influence people that the people I'm trying to influence as an influencer, anywhere I go, because I've been an influencer for a very long time, in other fields, not on TikTok, not in witchcraft, not in the occult. I've done it in other parts of the internet, okay? And in the shadows. Most of my life, I've made strides in people's lives in places that we're not going to talk about. But I'm not trying to preach to the choir. I'm not trying to reach people and get people that, understand what I'm not trying to get people to get on my side. I'm also not interested in any of the people who have shit to say to me because they don't like what I have to say. The people I'm trying to influence are the people who need direction, who are trying to figure out who they are. You need to know who you are. You need to figure out who you are. You need to create boundaries for yourself. You need to love yourself. You need to defend yourself. A lot of times people ask me, why do you respond to these people? Like, why do you even engage in dialogue with these people who are stupid? They don't have any, they're not self-aware at all. And their views are completely out of control. I'm like, because I have to defend myself. And then when I defend myself, I'm showing other people who feel like I do that there are other people who feel the way that they do, and it validates their experience of life. Never going to happen. Spiritual people will never be there for other people. So that's one of the fallacies that I found in this whole situation in Santeria and Lukumi and Ifa and all of this stuff. The one big fallacy that I have found about the traditions is this concept of being in houses. That's a very, very big thing. Let me explain to you the house system. Let me explain to you how the house system came about. So a little historical reference for you. When the first African slaves, and now we're jumping back to the Caribbean, now we're jumping back to Puerto Rico, Cuba, Dominican Republic, and we're talking about slavery, and we're talking about the transatlantic slave trade and the forced conversion of Catholicism onto Africans and people who are indigenous. Let's jump backwards and talk about why people join houses, where the house system came from, okay? Because I was accused earlier today by a black trans woman that I'm a sloppy mess that jumps from house to house to house in the ATRs. That was one of her big criticisms of me, that, I can't find a godparent to save my life. I can't stay in a house to save my life. Okay. Every single person that I know has gotten involved in these practices, in the house system, have all been through multiple houses. All of them. Everybody that I know has gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, or more mentors, because personalities, and because sometimes you get into an environment and the house that you're in just doesn't work for you, because it's just not the house for you, because the people don't mesh with you. And you can't work with people that you don't vibe with. It's just, you can't. There's a clashing of spiritual energies. Yes, Smug, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for participating. If you go to my TikTok profile and you click on my link, which is my link tree, you'll see that one of the options is to get your birth chart read. Click on that and buy a birth chart from me. And I'll do the birth chart and email it to you if you want to have a hard copy of your birth chart. Oh, okay. Well, then I've got you. I'm going to email it to you because it's something that I do in PDF form, and I email it to you. So you will get the birth chart via email after I finish doing it. That's how that works. So now we're going to do some history. The history of the house system comes down like this. One of the things colonizers did to Africans when they brought them from Africa to the New World, one of the ways the colonizers kept control over the slaves was they would disorient them. They would take people and separate each other. They would separate families, husbands from wives, children from parents, and they would mix them up. And they would put them into different groups, and they would even take different language groups of people and people who couldn't communicate very well with one another, and they would mix them all up. Because the concept or the idea was, well, if we mix these people up and we keep them confused, then it's easier to keep them under control if they can't unify. Okay, if they can't come together, they can't plot against us if they can't communicate with one another, or they have difficulty communicating with one another. So there was a lot of there were tribes that were cohesive tribes, okay, with social structures, with hierarchies, with family structures in Africa, in different tribes. Mandinka, Yoruba, Arara, whatever the tribe was. All having a hierarchy, all having a social structure. Now you're taking these people in droves, dragging them to the New World, and you're separating them, and you're taking all of these different groups of people and you're throwing them together in different groups. And so what had to happen was that these people had to find a workaround. They had to find a way to come together and create cohesive a social structure and a family structure in order to continue life. There had to be something new created, because what was old was left behind. They were never going to have it again, so they had to create something new. Now the Catholics decided that they were going to give slaves their own fraternities. Okay? This was something that had worked in other parts of the world when Catholic colonizers went into indigenous places in order to convert non-Christians to becoming Christians. What they would do was they would allow indigenous peoples to have their own fraternities. Okay? And they felt like if we allow the slaves to have their own little fraternities, a cofradia, their own fraternities, that it's going to encourage them to stay in line, and it's going to encourage them to be Catholics. So the very first fraternity for slaves is in Coti, which is in the northeastern region of the Dominican Republic, and it still exists to this day. In the Dominican Republic, in Coti, it is the first fraternity for African slaves in the New World. These fraternities that were set up by the Catholic Church served a dual purpose. For the Catholics, it was a place to send people in order to worship with one another. For Africans, it was a place to come together and to unify, to come together in solidarity. And it is from these fraternities that were created where we start seeing a structure created for the religions that developed in the Caribbean, in the diaspora. Okay? So the house system has a lot to do with oppressed people coming together and creating a social structure that worked in the New World. So that's where you find how these practices are organized. The thing is that today, and I'm going to talk about 2023 fuckery when it comes to the house system within the diaspora, when it comes to Santeria, Palo Mayombe, and all of this other stuff. A lot of people are doing this for money. a lot of people make their money and they make their living off of performing initiations for people. So, and I'm not criticizing it, because maybe that's how that person's spirits are taking care of them in order to keep them alive, feed their family, and everything else. But when you introduce the concept of money into spirituality, everything gets really, really murky. Now, in order to get initiated into something, like into one of these traditions, it costs money. You have to pay money. Why? Because it's the time, energy, and effort of everyone involved doing the ceremony. And it's also the cost of all the materials that have to be purchased in order to make all of these baths and use the herbs and make sacrifices and everything else. It's a lot of money. Like, in order to get crowned your guardian Orisha in Santeria in the United States, we're not talking any less than $8,000 to $10,000 for the ceremony. And I'm talking about the bare bones minimum ceremony that you can possibly have done that will be considered to be acceptable as far as like the standards concerning it. It's like $10,000 in America minimum to be able to get crowned. People will pay $20,000, $30,000 to get crowned in this tradition, depending on where you go and who you're getting to initiate you. To get your hand in Ifa, okay, to get your Mano de Arula, is going to cost no less than $2,000 most of the time. Not unless you can do it. That's if you have to pay. Like, if you really have to pay, because you don't have any other option but to pay. You might be able to get that thing done for about $1,000 or maybe even less if you get like a whole huge group of people together in order to do it together, so that everything can be paid for collectively. But like, if you're just an individual person like me or like anybody else who doesn't have that, then you're going to end up paying money in order to have the ceremonies done. So none of it's cheap. It's not cheap at all to be a part of these traditions. And then when you have to make Ebo, or when you have to make sacrifice, depending on what comes out in your reading or what you have to do, can cost anywhere between $250 for the sacrifice to be made. It can cost up to $750 or $1,000 for a sacrifice to be done. If a goat has to be sacrificed, or multiple goats, or like some other four-legged animals, it gets very expensive very, very quickly. So one of the reasons why people want to shy away from or don't necessarily do the traditions is, for one thing, there's a financial barrier to entry for a lot of people. So to be able to be crowned, it's a privilege. It's a privilege to be able to get crowned, because a lot of people have to save their entire life, put money aside their entire life to be able to afford to get crowned. You can go to Cuba and get crowned a lot cheaper than being in the United States, but it's still you're still talking thousands and thousands of dollars. You're talking about a passport, you're talking about plane tickets, you're talking about hotels, and you're still having to pay for the initiation to be done. So, I mean, you're talking about, like, if you go to Cuba to get crowned, maybe you can keep it to around $5,000 if you're an outsider, if you're not somebody who's inside. If you're not an insider born and raised in the tradition, then you're going to pay. So the thing is about houses is that nobody in this country has loyalties anymore. Like, people just are not loyal anymore to people. People just don't have loyalty at all. It's just something that has just been lost. The loyalty to individuals and the dedication to helping individuals grow spiritually isn't there, because there isn't a need, or people aren't forced to. Hey, Rose, Azalea. Now, there's an Ianifa named Yeye Finney. She's amazing. She has her own organization, and she runs her house like she runs an organization, which is, I think, what the future of people in the traditions need to think about doing. I think that people who are in the traditions need to think about banding together with like-minded individuals and create. This is my recommendation for people in the community who are practicing initiation-based religious practices such as voodoo and Santeria. I think that paleros and santeros and babalaos and people in their respective genre, I think that they should come together and they should create organizations. And within the context of an organizational structure, like a non-for-profit organizational structure like a church, be able to put on their tambours, their fetes, or whatever it is that the individual group is doing, and really lead it and run it like the Unitarian Universalist Church would run its church. I think that there needs to be churches. There needs to be churches for this stuff, so that there's a way to funnel money in so that everybody has the opportunity to be able to get what they need. There's a lot of people out there that need financial assistance to be able to get readings paid for, to get initiations done, and they're not getting done because people can't afford to. And so I think that people who have money and people who have the time and the energy and the effort to be able to put forth the energy and the effort to make something like that happen should. And I know that there are a lot of people that do have organizations that are able to help. Where are you, Azalea? What country are you in? Romania. That's right, Romania. I took a nap. And because I took a nap, now I'm awake. I've been awake, but now I'm starting to get tired again. But it's also Friday. Oh, damn, but I need to get my ass up because I just remembered that I have to be up tomorrow morning, this morning, in a couple of hours. I'm not going to sleep. Okay, so, anyway, I am done with astrology for the evening. And Dark Moon, Goddess, did that help you at all? That's awesome. Good. I'm glad. All right. Well, have a great rest of the night. Rose, you just came in, but I'm probably only going to be around for about another 5 or 10 minutes. So here is, I'm going to do this. Is there anybody right now in this room, and I don't mean because you want it, okay, or because you have the desire for it. Is there anybody experiencing any problems right now, like really big problems that you need like a solution for or answers for or need some guidance in, as far as like any situation that needs to be taken care of in life? Anybody in an emergency situation who needs some immediate advice? What is this whole situation with the object shut down over Alaska? Did we finally catch the aliens? Did we finally shoot down You know who I'm going to blame? I'm going to blame Elon Musk. That balloon was probably some kind of Tesla related thing. That's Elon Musk. Those balloons must be Elon Musk. Man, what a motherfucker. He's crazy as fuck. Okay, Ghoulie Ghoul, if you want to talk about it. I'm here to listen. I'm here to help. What's going on? See, I'm yawning. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Okay. That's absolutely tragic, and I'm so sorry to hear about this. Okay. How can I ask how your husband passed? Like, okay. And what you're saying is that your 5-year-old son. I'm just trying to. So, your. Right. So, did your husband was experiencing health problems for a prolonged period of time before passing away? When you say PKD, do you mean Parkinson's disease? I don't understand PKD. I'm not good with acronyms. So I understand your son is 10 now. He was 5 when your husband passed. Your husband passed from his kidneys failing. You were there for him when he died. And you said that he died due to PKD. If you could tell me what PKD is. Polycystic kidney disease, okay. And was he dealing with that for a long period of time? Like, how long was he sick for? I mean, I know what I'm going to tell you. I'm just trying to understand. I just want to just get a little bit more information from you. Okay. So was there a lot of time in and out of hospitals, treatment, going to emergency rooms? Because your son was like 3 years old when all of that started. So what you're saying is the kidney failure started when the child was 3. So the child witnessed about 2 years or so worth of illness, treatment, and all of this. So I'm going to be straight up honest with you that talking to you about this matter is outside of my scope of practice. Now, I could sit here and try to make shit up about stuff that I don't understand, but what your child really needs is a therapist. Therapy. Is your child in therapy? Has this guilt or even fear surrounding death, has this been addressed with a child therapist? Because, once again, mundane over magical, real life and reality opposed to the spiritual world, okay? I have spiritual things I can tell you, but my first thing to anybody who's experiencing mental and behavioral health problems, whether it's a child or an adult, is to talk to a psychiatrist, a therapist, and start to get like a professional's help when it comes to children coping with grief. Fuck America, fuck the healthcare system. Man, where do you live? No, I want to make an example of myself to everybody else who's a psychic medium and people who work with people. Being a psychic medium and being someone who works with people spiritually as a spiritual coach, I have to recognize that I have limitations, and my limitations end when it comes to understanding anything about child therapy and child psychology. So I have to say that I am absolutely devastated that your child is experiencing these things. I'm also absolutely enraged that you can't get the health care that you need, or that even if you have health care, that you don't have the resources to get your child the help, okay? Ohio, man, Ohio is a shitty place to be if you need health care. Did you say Ohio, Pennsylvania? Or Ohio? It doesn't matter. You're not in Massachusetts. I guarantee you, if you lived in Massachusetts, you would have gotten help a long time ago, and there would have been child therapists that were there to help you. You're on the state line. Okay. Let me tell you. Okay. So, spiritual practices. You know, a lot of people who are very, very intelligent and very educated will continue to go to traditional religion because there's something that hits in traditional religion that doesn't hit in any other spiritual practice. I've studied all the religions of the world: Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, Shinto, Zoroastrianism, Christianity, all of it, Gnostic to Orthodox, Judaism, Islam, and then I've studied African diasporic traditions specifically, and I have a peripheral understanding of indigenous practices. Okay, but what I have found is that traditional spiritual practices are nurturing and healing for the soul. And one of the things that we do in my tradition of Espiritismo is we have something called the Boveda, the ancestral altar, the ancestor space in the home for people that actually practice spiritism, practice Santeria and all of, and Sanse and Palo Mayombe and things like that. You will find people that are Hispanic and Latino that are practitioners of these things will have something called the Boveda. It's very simple. It's the white table. It's usually an end table or a side table that has a white cloth thrown over it, or it's a place in the home where a candle, a glass of water, a crucifix, and other memorabilia of dead family members or people who have passed away will be. That's a place where you go to honor the dead in your home. It's a place for the dead in your home. Do you have an ancestor altar? Do you have a shrine for your husband in the home? Because having a place for your child to go and sit and talk to his father in the home would be, as a spiritualist, not therapist, not psychotherapist, not giving you any mental or behavioral health counsel at all, on the spiritual level, having a shrine in your home for your husband would be very good. Okay, all right. I'm going to say, at this point in time in your recovery from the trauma of losing your husband, it would be very, very good to have an ancestor altar in your home. The shrine doesn't have to be centered around your husband, okay, to continue to relive and hash up old traumas. But at the same time, having an ancestor altar or building an ancestor altar with your son would be very, very important with your family. And it's very, very simple to do. You can tell him that he and you are going to build a place for him to talk to his dad, and a place to talk to your ancestors and the other spirits of your ancestors and his grandfathers and his grandmothers. Because what spiritualism and spiritism and ancestor worship and ancestor work does is it bridges the gap between us and our small piddly lives and all of the army of family members that stand behind us and that we stand on top of. Introducing ancestor worship and ancestor veneration into your life is profound and life-changing. So this is the thing. This is not just for you. You're giving me the opportunity to teach for everyone, okay? Benefits of having an ancestral altar in your home when you have children does lots of things. The first thing is we live in a society and a world that chooses to ignore death. We do not come face to face and confront life and death situations on a daily basis, specifically in America. We want to not think about anything that's negative. It's our human behavior to only focus on things that we want to focus on and try to negate or pretend the things that we don't want to hear about don't exist. And this is why systemic racism continues, is because people don't want to deal with it. They don't want to hear about it. Or it's why when we're talking about people who deal with domestic abuse or substance abuse or mental problems or people who deal with sexual assault, nobody wants to hear about it. Nobody cares unless it happens to them. Then their life is ruined. But they don't want to hear about other people's problems and other people's plights. They have no desire to help other people. That's just the truth. Get used to it. But because we live in a society that, glorifies gun violence, and we sit around and watch people die all the time on television, there's a huge disconnection between, the concept of life and death in reality, not in fantasy, not in video games, not in movies, not in Netflix. I'm talking about in real life. The concept of grief and loss is not something that we deal with, and when we do get faced with it, it's devastating, okay? But one beautiful thing about having an ancestral altar in your home is it bridges the gap between you and your dead, between your family and your family members that have passed on. And there's a continuation of life because the dead are preserved alive through memory. When we remember the dead, they stay alive in our minds and their spirits stay strong. And having an ancestor altar in your home is a way to teach your child to show honor, respect, and love for those who have passed on and for the dead. And also you can teach them that that's a place where they can sit down and say their prayers to God and their prayers to their guardian angel and talk to their spirit guides and talk to their ancestors, those good elevated ancestors that want to help them. Okay, there's a whole way to set this stuff up. I'm going to give you 2 book recommendations, Ghoulie Ghoul, that you absolutely should read for you coming to this practice of ancestor worship, and then also understanding how to construct an altar properly for the ancestors, and then also how to start explaining these concepts to your child, or just building the altar with them and saying that this is a place where we can sit and think about Dad, and you can talk to him, and you just know that he's not mad, he's not angry at you. There's nothing that you could have done to keep him alive. He was sick, but you have badass ancestors. Did you just buy that, or did you buy that before? Did you buy ancestral medicine? Did you buy the ancestral medicine book? Okay. Read Badass Ancestors. When you finish with Badass Ancestors, get Ancestral Medicine. Those 2 books are the absolute best books, period, that you can read on putting things up for your dead and dealing with spirits of the dead, okay? And then when you understand these concepts, then talk to your son. And having this, personally for me, I think this would help. I feel like this would help you. It could help the mental health of your child to have a place to talk to his dad, to have a picture for his dad out. And you can teach your child how to put out things for Dad, or give Daddy things, like when you eat a meal, so you can say, well, we're going to feed the ancestors, and how we're going to feed the ancestors is we're going to take this little dish and we're going to put what's left over scraps of our food on the dish, and we're going to put it on the ancestor altar to feed Dad and to feed the other ancestors that live with us, their spirits continue to live with us. Even though we can't see them, they're still there. And so there's things that you can do to help your child understand this concept of life after death and the continuation of life, like putting out a cup of coffee on the ancestor altar, or changing out the glass of water, things like that. Yeah, having an altar for it, having an ancestor altar changes the entire dynamics of the whole thing. It's very good. It's very good to have the ancestor altar. First and foremost, I think that maybe you should you should look for some independent therapist, even if they're online. Get on Google and type in child trauma therapy because what your child is experiencing is trauma. That was a traumatic event, witnessing the death of his father. That's trauma. That's PTSD. They're experiencing trauma-related issues. So you need a child trauma therapist. So I would get on Google and I would look up child trauma therapist, and look for anyone on the internet that's anywhere close to you that offers this kind of services, or maybe someone who's affordable, and pay for a consultation just for you to talk to them over the phone or via chat or Skype or whatever. If you can actually find someone to talk to yourself to get some advice, if that makes sense. For your mental health, for you to know how to talk to your kid. Maybe not being able to take your kid into therapy to actually see someone, but for you to. And I would also, if I had to take the steps into my own hands, I would do as much research as I could possibly do on children with grief and children with trauma, are dealing with children who have experienced traumatic events. I mean, sometimes you really have to educate yourself and teach yourself and try to put these principles into practice yourself. But that's kind of like the only advice I can give you. And I'm sorry, I wish that I could do more. I wish I had better suggestions, but I can't think of anything better. If anyone else has a better suggestion than the things that I just came up with, then please feel free to chime in. But I think ancestor work and ancestor veneration and ancestor worship and having an ancestor altar for the spirits, teaching your children about honoring the ancestors, starting with his father, and all of those things, I think those will be very good for him on a spiritual way. So spiritually, that can be very helpful, and it's very therapeutic. Spirituality should be therapeutic. Let me put something down to all you motherfuckers out there that are listening. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about all the people that like to sit around and watch my lives and screen record me so they can catch me saying shit and then make little stitches about it and post it in Discord groups, and all of the lurkers, okay, that don't actually come into the room. Spirituality should make you happier. It should make you healthier. When you're practicing real spirituality and you're a real spiritual person, it gives you hope. It allows you to cope with problems better, okay? Truly spiritual people have rich, deep, fulfilling lives because their spirituality fills them up and is soothing, it's calming, it's healing. It's therapeutic. Spirituality is therapeutic. It's holistic. If the religion that you're practicing or the spirituality that you're practicing is making you angry, if it's making you upset, if it's causing you discomfort, if you find that it's creating more problems for you in your life than solving problems, you're in the wrong goddamn religion. You're practicing the wrong kind of spirituality. You need to get the fuck out of it and run in the opposite direction or find something that works. Maybe witchcraft isn't for you. Maybe you're trying to be a witch, but you don't realize that witchcraft is not compatible with you as a human being. Maybe you need to go stick to Buddhism. There are some people that have come to me for a reading and I've told them to go back to church. Like, no. You don't need witchcraft. Witchcraft isn't your thing. You're a Catholic. That's what you believe in. You need to go back to the Catholic Church. You need to be a Christian. There are some people that must be that because that's where they're at. I found my spirituality, and I'm persecuted for practicing my spirituality. But practicing voodoo and practicing Santeria and practicing Palo and practicing ancestor worship and getting connected with my African ancestors and my indigenous ancestors has improved the quality of my life significantly, dramatically over time, over the past 5 years. Regardless of all the drama I've experienced online and social media, my life is stellar and superb. I have a beautiful home that Oshun gave me. I have a beautiful office in New England, in a beautiful space that was also given to me by the Loa and the Orishas. I have a beautiful home and I have a beautiful office that's for my business. I love what I do for a living. My health, behavioral health, mental health, and physical health needs are taken care of. So I'm sorry, being a part of the traditions, Asheshe and Ifa, has benefited me in life and made me a better person in this life, and is where I find my source of strength and power. I'm powered by my ancestors. I get supercharged up by my ancestors. I get supercharged by the initiations I go through and receiving things in this tradition. This is what makes me happy. This is where I want to be. This is where I'm at. I'm not motherfucking leaving. Okay? So if your spirituality isn't helping you improve the quality of your life, obviously you're doing the wrong thing. That's the point. People only get a peripheral vision of my view of my life, and they have very strong opinions about me. But they don't know me. They don't know anything about my life. Anything that happens to me, any of my friends or family, or stuff that happens to me off this app, they don't know anything about my life. And if you think you know Philip Ryan Deal because you've seen me in TikToks or on YouTube or Pornhub or anywhere else that I put my shit out there, if you think you know who I am because you've watched a 5 or 6 minute long video of me or a 10-minute long video, if you think you know me like that, I am so sorry. You don't know who the fuck you're dealing with over here. You don't really know who I am. The only people who really know who I am are the people I allow to be the closest to me in my life. So that's the point about spirituality. Spirituality should make you feel confident. It should make you feel empowered. It should make you feel good about yourself. You should feel strong. You should be able to withstand the stress of dealing with adversity. If your spirituality is making you feel anything other than that, then guess what? You don't need to be there. You absolutely need to do something else. Get out of it. Stop practicing these practices. They're not for you. They're not good for your mental health. Ifa has given me purpose in life. The Orishas have given me purpose in life. They've told me in my life reading what it is I came here for, what my destiny is, and what it is I need to achieve. I'm very happy with where I'm at right now. And I think that I pray for everybody else that they also find their destiny or find out what it is that they're meant to do in this life, and that whatever it is that they're meant to do, that they do it, and it makes them feel good about themselves and they feel empowered. That's what I'm saying. Okay, well, with all of that, I'm going to say goodnight and ghoulie ghoul. Just, hit me up if you want to, if you need extra help after getting through the Badass Ancestors and the Ancestral Medicine book. Next time I'm live, if you have questions for me, or if any of you guys have questions for me, just let me know, say it, and I'll do the best I can. No, I can handle heavy. You don't understand. I'm a heavy-duty spiritual worker. I'm not a spiritual worker I'm not a fluff and bunny motherfucker, okay? I take on the heavy duty jobs. That's why I'm Brujo Ryan and not some other motherfucker. I can handle it. So thank you for trusting me enough to talk about this situation and trusting me enough to give you what my opinion is about things that you can do to, help your son. I really appreciate that. It means the world to me to be able to do that for you. Okay. Well, namaste. Blessed be. Stay blessed. Have a great rest of the night, everybody.